Good morning. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Dr. Rescue's lecture on how to live healthy and long without Ozempic. Turn it over to Dr. Rescue.
Well, I guess good afternoon, and thank you all for coming. And I decided that this time we're going to try to talk about really not just how to stay out of disease and stay healthy. That means live a good quality of life, but also how to avoid getting old and sick. And in particular, the emphasis actually will be to talk about women, elderly children, and that's extremely important. Doctors have been guilty of the fact that, like Wendell Berry said, people are fed by the food industry, which pays no attention to health, and are treated by the health industry, which pays no attention to food. And there's a recent movie that actually came out with Jason Statham, that he's the beekeeper. In his former life, he takes care of the bees, but in his real life, he's actually a human keeper. And our job as doctors are to be human keepers. And I really don't think that, I think drugs that we use are a way of how to discover mechanism of disease and proves the principle, but they actually buy you time, like a Band-Aid when the wound is gushing, but it doesn't treat necessarily the cause of it. And I would like to see how we can be better human keepers by talking about, food and lifestyle changes that can make an impact. And unfortunately, when it comes to that, if I were to give you advices, it's going to really complicate it, because basically our menu is now divided in three sections: cancer-causing foods, artery-clogging foods, and foods that are being boycotted for political and environmental reasons. I'm going to try to stay away from that part of it. Just know, if there's any politics involved, the advice is not honest, okay? And that's the take-home message. But bottom line is, if you were to see, okay, how do I avoid to get sick? What we call chronic diseases. I'm talking about diabetes, I'm talking about heart disease, I'm talking about lung disease, I'm talking about cancers, I'm talking about dementia. Those take years actually to develop and stay with us. And if you were to look, just age is by far the greatest risk factor for that. So getting old also comes with the diseases. And if you look, for example, for me, in my 20s, I had almost minimal or no risk factor of getting heart attacks or cancers. But once I'm in the 50s, mid-50s, like I am right now, my risk is 100-fold. And once you're mid-70s, your risk is 10,000-fold. Okay? So just by itself. So clear, there's something particular about just being exposed to something for 70 years that not only makes us get older, but also makes us get the disease, that makes us disabled. So they have that in common. Actually, we know the other way around is true also. If somebody, for some reason, early in their life suffers from one organ disease, like congestive heart failure, or COPD, asthma, lung issues, it does the other way around. For every year we live with that, for every year we live with congestive heart failure at a younger age, or with asthma or lung disease, we live a month or 2 months shorter. Actually, the impact of lung disease is probably the highest, the worst. So it goes both ways. If you get a chronic disease, you also age faster, sorry. So, and the common denominator for all these chronic conditions is actually diabetes, or actually it's a combination. We tell you of pre-diabetes and diabetes. For example, if you're older than 65 in this country, if you actually really look for it, and ask the doctor to look for it, which, by the way, most of the doctors don't, a combination between pre-diabetes and diabetes involves 80% of people in this country. So basically, chronic diseases and aging come with diabetes, or the spectrum of it. So that means there's something that causes diabetes that probably aggravates the others too. And in a nutshell, I'm going to review the next slide. It might get a little complicated, but I wanted you to understand what's the ultimate cause of all this together. We actually have a pretty good understanding about it. And the ultimate cause is something that we do on a regular basis, every day. Okay? And what's every day? We eat and we breathe air, oxygen. And that everyday part goes into this little body inside the cell that's called mitochondria. Mitochondria is called the powerhouse of the cell because it provides us the energy. As a matter of fact, the only reason why we breathe air, oxygen, and we eat food is to eventually go and get burned into this oven that's called mitochondria. And here, for the sake of it, it looks like I only have 1 or 2 or 3. There are actually between 10 of these mitochondria per cell up to 100,000 per cell. All right? But they are basically the oven of our body, inside our cells. They receive instructions from the food we eat, glucose, fats, proteins, and oxygen. And then they do their thing. They start, burning it. And the mitochondria is actually an old bacteria that has gotten inside our cells about 2.2 billion years ago. What I'm trying to tell you is being predetermined to us for 2.2 billion years ago. Okay? And if we understand the laws of this, then we understand the laws of healthy nutrition. So what does the mitochondria think? Well, as long as it gets just glucose, fats, proteins, it will burn and make energy. How does it do that? I don't need you to memorize the formulas. I just want you to look at the storyline, okay? So if I take a simple compound that's healthy to burn, glucose, which is half of the molecules of sugar. It's actually made of 3 elements, carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, okay? The carbon part in the mitochondria, what we call Krebs cycle, it's actually separated from this glucose and is used back into the cell, is getting out outside the mitochondria in the cell to actually make our cell structure. The membranes helps us to divide our cells, DNA, RNA, helps us to replete our proteins every 2 weeks. Actually, we don't know, but every 2 weeks we have a total new body, total new proteins. Every 2 weeks our mitochondria are new. There's a lot going on there, and that's why we need to eat. But the other part, that's the carbon, why we have it in this glucose, proteins, and fats. But the other part is the energy. The energy comes from this little atom, hydrogen. It's the same like with sun, okay? And the hydrogen is being split into hydrogen and energy, the energized electron. That electron then goes, and they're split literally, it's like a fission that our mitochondria does. The hydrogen goes on one side of the membrane and creates a positive charge. The other side, the electron goes down, what we call electron transport chain, and then is delivered to oxygen to create ATP. That's the actually our energy dollar. Okay, we create every day our whole body weight in ATP. All right, so now we have energy, and that's fine. Why? Because we need that energy to do cell functions. That allowed us, after we got that mitochondria 2.2 billion years ago, so we can start forward, you can start move around, they become multicellular structures. Bacteria are only single cells because they don't have mitochondria. They don't have this extra energy. All they have energy is to multiply one at a time. For us, we are able to then put many cells together into an organs, and then many organs into an organism, and that's how we got to be mammalians. And then we have another thing happens in the process of burning this and producing energy. We also release heat. That's why we are able to create our own heat and be independent of what's the temperature outside up to a point. Now, what happens if our mitochondria don't get the usual signal, which is just glucose, healthy fats, and healthy proteins? What if we have in our food introduce fructose, which is the other side of the glucose? That's the bad side of the sugar, okay? Well, and the same, if you have too much of the glucose, which will be from white starches, or if you have, I call here PUFA, I'm going to hear this, is polyunsaturated fatty acids. In other words, not the saturated, not the ones that come from butter, from animal meat. I'm talking about the vegetable oils version. Alcohol, it's one. And what if you don't use this energy that is being created and you are sedentary? All this actually tell this electron transport chain in the mitochondria, stop making energy. We're backed up, we have too much. So what happens when that happens then, the electron, instead of going with the energy, instead of going to the ATP from all these guys, it starts to go straight to the oxygen. And then we get this, what we call superoxide, that's converting into hydrogen peroxide. Those are the free radicals that it's another, if you will, dollars that our mitochondria make. And why do they do that? Because this hydrogen peroxide then goes outside the mitochondria, the rest of the cells, and it tells the cell, you know what, we have abundance of food. It's time to do something, it's time to grow. And it's basically like a fire alarm, these free radicals. And then so what do we do? Well, we have so many nutrients that we can try to divide, we can start to grow, or we can start to store. And basically what happens is then, once this electron transport chain stops functioning or reduces function, then the carbon backs up too. And it starts to go back and say, hey, we need to store this carbon. What's that? Well, we store it as fat, we store it as proteins, and we start to make DNA and RNA because we need to divide. And mitochondria say, well, we need more of us because we got to divide to be able to handle all this excessive energy. And that's that. And you say, well, so what's wrong with that? Let's grow. Yeah, that's fine. When you're a child, when you're puberty, when you're pregnant, when you're in fetal life, but after 25, when that stops, very few cells and organs actually can grow other than store. And so when that happens is they start storing, but it's only so much you can store. After 5, 10, 20, 30 years, then you're going to start to have a state where your mitochondria are no longer designed to actually make your ATP and energy, but they are designed to store and grow. Okay? And abnormal growth, as older age, you get cancer. Cancer takes 20, 30 years to develop. Abnormal growth is not that simple, it's a little more complicated, but this is the direction, this is the setup, how we get that. Then you get, another thing that happens when it comes to storing and having too much mitochondria, particularly the ones from the liver, send signal to the pancreas to release our storage hormone, which is insulin. So liver cannot take all those nutrients, the glucose starts to hang around, the fatty acid starts to hang around, and then they stimulate the pancreas to release more insulin, and that's the first stage of diabetes. And that can, if I were to measure fasting insulin level, then you can see it's high way early, 20, 30, 40 years, way before you got type 2 diabetes. So that's basically trigger a whole avalanche of cells, basically mitochondria inside tell the rest of the cells in the body, we have abundance, we got to do something about this. And another thing that happens is, also the cells say, well, we have so much food, we're eating a lot of food, that means we got to protect ourselves from invaders, which is bacteria, because obviously we get food. There's lots more in that gut of ours that's a sewer. And how do we protect? We got to get our inflammation going, which is our cells that are specialized to fight against that. So basically growth comes with activation of our immune cell to have inflammation too. And then eventually these mitochondria, they start to divide, and some of them will do a good job, some of them may not be. Each time they divide, they're not so perfect as they used to be. They start to be damaged. And let's say we gain 20, 30 pounds, and our professional hoarder, so to speak, are fat cells. And our fat cells then, at one point, they get beyond the maximum capacity, how much they can take. And then what happens is they get inflamed. They're about to burst. And then the inflammation that's triggered by them will trigger the opposite. The organism knows how to back up by, or trigger the anti-inflammatory response. Guess what? That's the measurement for that, is actually the angiotensin converting enzyme 2. Which so happens that ACE2, which is supposed to help us, is also the receptor for the COVID virus. Now you understand why people who are, when we got COVID and we get COVID, the ones who are the most affected are the ones who are actually have obesity. And there was a major risk factor in diabetes because they were loaded with those receptors from too much storage throughout life. And then, what happens is the COVID virus is bacteria. They learn they can invade us and they can attack our cells by targeting actually our mitochondria. They actually stop our mitochondrial proteins that are this electron transport chain from being formed. And that's why many patients who came in the hospital with severe COVID illness, what we call ARDS, horrible lung disease. They were in the breathing machine for months. Some of them didn't make it. Suddenly, those mitochondria were already sick from too much storage. Then you had a complete chaos by destroying a lot of those cells suddenly, and we didn't have time to recover. And so that made us just know that once we start gaining weight, for whatever reason, you're going to be more likely to have inflammation. You're going to be more likely to be predisposed for infections. A simple viral infection, though, for me, will be a little dry cough and I move around. For somebody else, will be, I can't seem to shake away this cold for the last 3 months. All right? That's just a substrate. So, and that's basically, in a nutshell, the story of how we get old from just something that we do every day by eating the wrong food. And food is not the only thing. Another oxygen comes from breathing air, but there are pollutants in the breathing air. 80% is food from why you were sick. About 20% is air pollutants. But there's nothing I can do about air, at least as of now. But at least 80% we can work by working on that. So basically, in a nutshell, the reason why we get chronic illnesses, the reason why we get diabetes and we get old, is because our mitochondria, we're the powerhouse of the cell, and interpret our nutrient signals. They can be engine for life, or if we give them too much of the wrong stuff, they can be the machinery for death. And it can happen that slowly with diabetes. Take your time to die over 20, 30, 40 years. Or you can have one quick insult on top of that that could kill you if you have the wrong virus. Okay? So bottom line is, when it comes to food, it doesn't matter what I say. It doesn't matter what the experts say. It doesn't matter who says you should go vegan or so. It matters what your mitochondria decide that is food. And we know what is not food. And what is not food, because it sends the wrong message, it's sugar, it's vegetable oils, it's white starches, alcohol. I don't have to tell you that that's not food and it's poison. So I want you to think those. Why? Because they all cause these free radicals. They work the same way and reprogram your cells and your mitochondria to switch to abnormal growth and inflammation, and that's the setup for failure. All right, so now that I would like to integrate this, and I say, well, what causes the cardiovascular disease? And doctors, and towards the frustration of our patients, they like to study one organ at a time. All right. So you come to the heart doctors. Don't ask me about the other stuff. That's up to the primary care physician. That's up to the kidney doctor. That's up to the. Well, that's not what it is. No matter how hard I try to just study for my convenience, one organ, because you can look at the elephant and you can look at different parts and you say, well, it's this and that, and you have a certain idea. Or when we look at cardiovascular disease, they tell you, well, it's genetic. Well, guess what? It's only 10% that are genetic. Well, it's diabetes, it's high blood pressure, it's stress, it's LDL cholesterol. Talk about stress, working in a heart failure clinic, right? Or being a patient. It's obesity now. That's a major problem. Well, actually, it's none of those. None of those. What it is we need to give you an integrated perspective. What it is it's our mitochondria, all right, which are in all our cells, where they every day, every second, they have to guesstimate what's happening with what I receive from outside. And think this way, our mitochondria are like one big battery, big Tesla battery. They're supposed to, this is not a gas engine oil battery that you can refill. This is a battery that you can only charge it once, okay? It's supposed to run 500,000 miles for and that would be one of us living for 120 years. That's the maximum we know so far, okay? And then we have, and actually this battery has so much in it in a given day that actually it's equivalent of actually one lightning bolt for all cells. That's how strong and powerful it is if we were to pull them all together from all cells. And the faster we run through that battery by having certain risk factors, the faster we're gonna die and we're gonna get diseases. The slower running through by feeding the proper food and the proper, air, then the longer we're gonna live. Very simple. So we just gotta find ways how to get our mitochondria stay healthier longer and preserve this battery. And that's what we call the lifespan, and the health span depends, and this is where the risk factors come in. So my job is to tell you the risk factors that are going to do that. So I hope you have this perspective. I just summarized the last two slides. I know I might have gotten you a little confused. It's equivalent of 9 Nobel Prizes worth of work. And I hope in a language that people can understand. But from now on, just understand. Now, of course, the details may change, but the direction is right. I know what I'm talking about. So at the end, okay, what runs faster through this battery? Okay, what is the number one complaint why everybody goes to the doctor, or it doesn't go to the doctor if they have a good day or a bad day? Doc, I don't have any energy. That's your battery that's down. That's your mitochondria that you fed the wrong way. Okay? So how do the mitochondria feel better? Believe it or not, if you put them at work, to use that extra food that you gave, which is exercise. It's like when you plan for retirement, you have to spend the money early in order to have money later. It's the same. You want more energy? Put them at work, and then you have more energy. Sleep, simple stuff. Work on your emotional stress, because 20% of all our energy is used by the brain. So when you say you're tired, your brain is tired, your mitochondria and the brain are not tired, that means you got to do something else that doesn't tire and exhaust your mitochondria, which is community. You know, go to church, things that make you, what I'm doing right now, that's what makes me feeling like I'm part of the community and release my stress once I'm done with it, not before, okay? But those are things that are meaningful in our life that actually activates and gives you back some energy into your brain. But at the same time, you gotta avoid the poisons. So what are the poisons? Here is it, the toxic nature of ultra-processed food, all right? And I'm gonna submit to you today that from all those risk factors that we know that makes us old and makes us get diseases, the ultra-processed food is the greatest modifiable risk factor for chronic diseases and accelerated aging. So it's the most important thing we can do with the biggest, what we call the low-hanging fruit that you can go for. The more of that ultra-processed food you eliminate from your diet, the longer you're going to live, the more energy you're going to have. But it's not going to be that today you went on some fruits and veggies diet and tomorrow you're going to feel. This happens gradually over time. But yes, you will see the difference. And we know this. Why? Well, in this country right now, look, 62% of our calorie intake every day is from ultra-processed foods. Obviously, we stopped cooking. And then the scary part is the teenagers, 70%. And yes, you say, well, I want to cut the sugar, so Rescue says I should cut the sugar. But if you don't cut the ultra-processed food, 90% comes from that. It's hidden, and they don't tell. Sugar right now has about 240 names on the label. It's designed to distract you. You can't just say, look for sugar, and you think you're going to find it. I'm going to share some tricks, but I'm just saying, because a lot of it is so cut the ultra-processed food any which way, and my job is to demystify, show you how it is, where is it, and how you can do your part. All right, so what is food? It's very simple. Food is what's from the ground. This is Dr. Lustig's definitions. It's what's from the ground to our mouth. Nutrition, what happens from the gut to our cells, particularly the liver. And then last but not least, the whole purpose of all this, what we put in our mouth and our gut absorbs, is actually to feed those mitochondria inside the cells. And we have between, I told you, thousands to 100,000. Like the brain, the muscles, the cells, they can't divide. The most important organs, they have the most, okay? And that's called metabolic health. If your mitochondria are healthy, you're healthy. If your mitochondria are not healthy and they're poison, you're not, all right? So that's what so our mitochondria, to stay healthy, they like the whole home-cooked food. That's just that. It's been going for 6 million years. It hasn't changed, all right? Unfortunately, in the last 50 years or more, we switched to ultra-processed food, all right? Which is what? These are the chemicals. Fructose, which comes in sugar. Trans fats, we're going to talk about that. Heated vegetables, but even unheated ones are as bad. Alcohol. So those guys, sugar is the same like alcohol. Vegetables is the same like alcohol, metabolized. And why? Because they poison our mitochondria. They're not happy. Immediately they send a signal, stop making ATP, make energy. You get tired and you don't know why. So just because that amazing burger and French fries is right there, easy for you, just know you're going to enjoy it for about 5 minutes and then you're going to suffer. And that's going to send a signal to our mitochondria, for storage because it's too much, abnormal growth, cancer, inflammations, predisposition to infections and autoimmune conditions. And oxidative stress is the ultimate mechanism, and I told you, basically it's rusting inside your cell, because once those free radicals are around, they attack the metals, our proteins, and that's the mechanism. And what is the problem? Well, the problem is once our proteins, our fats, are rusting inside the cell, they're modified. And I told you every 3 weeks our proteins are supposed to change. Well, they're supposed to change because our cells have enzymes to recognize them. But if they're rusting, we don't recognize them anymore. You try to get rid of a rusted metal, it's impossible to wash it off. So we can't. So then these guys, they tend to accumulate. And then we get older and older proteins, then our organs, our cells start changing. So it's important. So that's food. The other one is not food. Let me say again, we shouldn't call it even ultra-processed. We should call it food and not food. Okay, it looks like food, but it's not food. You can call it fake food if you want. But that's just such a trivial thing right now. If I say fake something, people will ignore me. All right? So it's food and not food. It doesn't matter how it smells and how it looks. And I'm going to show you why it's not food. Okay? So this is not, I want to point, this has nothing to do with the calories. The calories are food industry invention. Calories, it's not like we can burn this and just put it and you get it. That's got nothing. It matters what kind of chemical or kind of nutrient did what in our mitochondria, how they interpret the signal. Mitochondria get these text messages from the type of chemical you eat. So, what is ultra-processing and why do we like it so much? Okay? I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to take a superfood, which is kale. Okay? What we do, we're going to create kale chips. We're going to add some sugar, salt, and vegetable oils because we need the trifecta so we can eat that. It gives the taste and the smell. All right? Then we're going to, what happens when I add the vegetable oils? I got rid of the saturated fat that came natural with it. I'm replacing it with what we call, that's what they contain, polyunsaturated fat, okay? And about 100-fold, and sugar more. Then we're going to heat it up. In order to get that crunchy stuff, you need the vegetables and the heat. Otherwise, they're going to, the difference between cornbread and chips, right? You can't ever make the cornbread chippy, right? Because you have to put, if you put the butter, that gives the taste, you're not going to put the vegetable oils, it's not going to happen, all right? So now we're going to heat at 325, 450 degrees, and then we're going to add some, when we do that, the kale has no taste. We're going to have to add something else to trick you that that's food. That's the only purpose of these guys. I call them food additives, and not just me. But I simplify for you, instead of reminding yourself, memorizing the chemicals, I simplify and call them flavor enhancers, emulsifiers, preservative, and sweeteners. So even if they use chemicals you don't know, sometimes they say, this is for flavor enhancer, this is for emulsifier. Well, they may not say that, they're tricky with that. But they will say for preservative, because you don't want your food to be infected, and sweetener, for sweetener. And I call them FEPs. So I need you to memorize FEPs. Those are the additives. Why? 20% of disease are the additives. 80% is sugar, salt, and vegetable oils they put there. Okay? So we have the FEPs. And now, why we do that? For taste, smell, texture, palatability, addiction, so you buy it again 100 times, and preservation. You know how we are measured by the food industry by the end of the year? How many units of their bags of chips we have eaten per us per capita a day or a year. And the higher that number, the more the stock market goes up. All right? And that's fine, because they got to make an income, and I get it. But problem is, they have got this science. They actually took care of this and figured it out about 50 years ago, the food industry. What's exactly the right amount of sugar, fat, vegetable oils, and salt, and fats to create this bliss point, and they do actually serious testing. So no matter what, we will go back and we'll buy it again. But you see, there is no intention of having any food inside that package. The intention is for you to buy it. There's no other intention. Make no mistake. Okay, now I do that. Everybody understands I created ultra-processed food. What's happened? This is organic kale chips. Now I intentionally put that there because who would have thought there is anything wrong with organic kale chips. And compared to other chips, they actually, I have no beef with the kale chips. They're actually healthier than other chips, but they're about 1% healthier. Okay? All right? If I were to do relative, they're not 99% healthier. They're 1% healthier. All right? They try their best. And they do that because we need, and unfortunately, when they did this magic science about 50 years ago, we learned currently about 15% of adults and 12% of kids are addicted to this. Okay? I actually think the real number is way higher than that, but this is at least what has been studied in small populations. So let me show you why they're very different. Look at the kale. If you were to eat a serving, 100 grams, and it's got almost no fat. It's got almost, and I'm going to put them and summarize them together here for you so you can see. This is the nutrition facts for one bag, a small bag of kale chips. All right, we're going to compare them head to head. Kale, if you were to eat it fresh, in the salad, total fat 0.8 grams. Just to have an idea, 4 grams is a teaspoon, because I don't like to use grams because they're meaningless to us. But if I tell you teaspoons, then it's easier. So let's convert everything in teaspoons. So we have total fat is 1/4 teaspoon. What if we go for the chips? 25 grams divided by 4. All right, actually, I would like for you to subtract the saturated fat. Why am I subtracting the saturated fat? That's the fat that would come from meat. In other words, is a solid fat that comes from meat or comes from butter. Why? Because that's used by mitochondria. It knows how to burn it. That's our regular fatty acids. That's used actually to make energy. And yeah, you can deposit too if you eat too much. So I'm subtracting 25 minus 3, 22. And then they don't put what else is there. Well, I'll tell you what else is. Is the other one, not the saturated, is the polyunsaturated fat, which is 25 minus, why did I say minus 5? Oh, there was some mono probably. It's 20 grams. 20 divided by 4, where a teaspoon has 4 grams, then we got 5 teaspoons of vegetable oil. And why am I saying it's vegetable oil? They didn't say anything about adding vegetable oil there. Of course they do. They can't create the chips. And how they come, it comes with sunflower seeds. The key is a seed. It's organic ground sesame seeds. Those are the seeds that create the unsaturated fat oil. So now I got, this one has, well, we look at polyunsaturated fatty acids, and what is the problem? Why polyunsaturated fatty acids is a problem? Because they're the ones who are heat sensitive and they get oxidized. Remember oxidation, bad news, you're rusting inside, so you do that from outside. The saturated fat does not rust. You can burn it, that's fine. Butter, you burn it, it's fine. It doesn't get oxidized. That's why it's a saturated acid. So now I basically ended up from carbs, 2 teaspoons of carbs on the regular kale chips, and there was a slow release carbs that doesn't raise much insulin, to 2 teaspoons of fast release carbs, and they're what I call them oxidized, age. We call them advanced glycated end products we'll talk about. So this is how I converted a superfood into ultra-processed food. And I'm going to show you some data. Just the vegetable oil part of it, you say, oh, so what's the big deal? You have 5 teaspoons of oil, vegetable oils. It can't be that bad for you. Yes, it is, because once you heat it at 400 degrees, the cancer substances that are in 5 teaspoons of oil, it's equivalent like you smoke a pack of cigarette, even if it's just that. So you just had to smoke a pack of cigarette and you thought you had some healthy kale chips. Now, you can choose to ignore it, say, I don't care, I like it, fine. Just know what you're eating. That's all, that's my job here. Okay, that's it. And then don't be surprised why 20, 30 years later, you got breast cancer, lung cancer, prostate cancer, and everything else. I never smoked in my life. Yes, you did. Plenty. Without knowing, but now you know. Okay, so let's move on. So to summarize this, 80% of our disease comes from the high ultra-processed food that's high in fat, but particularly not saturated fat, vegetable oil fat, high in sugar, particularly the fructose is. So it's fructose, sugar is made of fructose and glucose. Glucose is the healthy one. Fructose is the one that blocks the glucose from being used and being burned in the mitochondria and poisons the mitochondria. Salt comes with it because you can't really give any taste to that, food if you don't add that. But you also, when you process ultra processing, you destroy the fiber. And the fiber is designed there. We don't have enzymes to metabolize the fiber. The fiber is there to actually be food for healthy bacteria in the gut. All right? Right now we have 10 trillions of cells in our body. The bacteria that are in our body, it's 100 trillion. We have 10 times more bacteria than our cells. Okay? And they need to eat. If you don't give them the fiber, then they're going to eat on you. And we don't know why we get sick and get infections. And what they're going to eat on you is the mucin, that layer, that's not a layer that's, it's covering our gut, so we can protect it from the sewer that's inside so things don't get inside. So you need fiber. You got to feed those guys, and then they will be your friends. And then 20% of the disease comes from what Dr. Lustig says, obesogens, or air. It could be also air pollutants. Let me give you some examples. Bisphenol A, PFAS, where are those? Plasticizers, the water bottle that we just gave it to you. All right? That is plastic, doesn't get into the system. No, it's designed so food and single-use kind of plates are not going to, the food doesn't stick when they have to use these compounds. And they are forever chemicals. We get in our system, it never goes away. Okay? And I'm going to show you some. And they're associated with, it's been shown, at least some of them be associated with breast cancer. We don't have 100% conclusion. Parabens are used as preservative. As soon as you see the word preservative, they are antimicrobials, antifungal agents. Those are endocrine simulators, which means it's associated with our endocrine disruptors. It's associated with diabetes, obesity, but also in young girls, they get 2 to 3 or 4 years younger their first, they enter into puberty. So those are the endocrine disruptors. Then pesticides, I don't have to tell you. The biggest pesticide we got problems with right now is glyphosate, right? Roundup, because it sticks in our fields forever. And then soys and corn are used to create these vegetable oils and the sugar. And then we don't know why we find that. Then we have hydrogenated oil. I want you to remember this name because that's a surrogate for trans fat. Trans fat is the worst possible fat you can have. And why? It blocks, it's a mitochondrial toxin that accumulates and our body doesn't know how to deal with. We used to use this in the past. Basically, bacteria don't have enzymes. That's right. It's the best preservative whatsoever. The food industry loved it up to about 2002 when it was banned. Why? You could basically make the French fry, leave them for a year out. Not even bacteria will touch them. You can eat them a year later. Okay? And basically, there was no expiration date on those. All right? These BPA, PFAS, parabens, they are in chewing gum. We like to keep putting things in our mouth all the time, okay? No, there's nothing healthy in the chewing gum, whether it's got sugar or sugar-free. And it's on the thermal paper from the receipts. I never get my receipts from the cashier and they get a bit frustrated. I say, no, keep it for yourself, all right? And this is where it comes in various things. Food and water containers, dental sealants, toys, paints, cosmetics for ladies. And of course, women are much more affected than men because obviously you have to, for social pressure, you have to use much more on that than the men do, not that the men don't use it. Catheters that we put in the hospital, unfortunately I have to do it, not that I like it, but it's nothing in there. Inhalers, electronic equipment that I'm using right now, all right? And phthalates is the buzzword here. Look, this is in this. It's plasticizer. We have to do that so you can, make things stick to your face, stick to your nails. Can't without that. And then those are some chemicals that, again, those are 20%. But then we have the fructose that we talk about, linoleic acid, sweeteners, big one. It doesn't matter if it has a sugar or it doesn't have any sugar. Bad. Cadmium, carboxycellulose, those are emulsifiers. Where are they? Well, if something has fat and I got to combine it with some water and it has to create like ice cream and I got to put them together so it's a certain texture that I enjoy, I have to add these emulsifiers. And all good up in the mouth, but once it gets into your gut, it's a soap. dissolve your mucin layer, dissolves your gut, it creates leaky gut. Major problem, because once you got leaky gut, okay, you may or may not get diarrhea, but some people get immune problems, activates your immune system, bacteria, then your sewer is going to start to shift. What's inside the bacteria, they start to shift into your body. You don't want to have leaky gut, okay? It's and then MSG, red, yellow, you know what are those, the colorants? You know what MSG does? It's called monosodium glutamate. So glutamate, MSG, glutamate is the single most important transmitter in our brain that gets us excited about anything. Basically, you're just eating cocaine when you do that. It gets you excited about anything that you're about to eat. That's why, you know, food makers and anybody who works in the restaurant and industry, they will do anything to put some MSG there, or even those colorants. I love it when I say vitamin water, 0. Look, Sorescu is 0, but it's yellow. That's what you got. So remember, even if it's 0 calories, you got the, you know, if it has a color, you're still going to get 20% disease. It doesn't matter. Okay? And they put that there to make sure you're going to buy it over and over and over and over again because you get excited about drinking that. All right. So I summarize all this into food additives, FEPs. You don't need to memorize the name of the chemicals. Why? Because they keep changing. I told you, even sugar has 250 names. Actually, probably it's higher than that. And you go in Europe, they call it E something, E215, who cares? You know, I want you to, as soon as you see the buzzword, flavor enhancer, emulsifier, preservative on the label, sweetener on the label, or it says 0, although you know that can't be right. Okay? Stay away from that. Okay? And that's how you identify it. And I can go over, Dr. Lustig has done a fabulous job with this review article. No point, but remember, what's not food is very hard for me to control, except maybe reducing the cosmetics that you use. Use it only when necessary, if you absolutely need to, all right? But short of that is the food that I'm going to target here. And why? Because, you know, Roundup with killer. I mean, no Panera chain or Arby's wants to have Roundup in their food, but they do because they use the same ingredients everybody else uses. This comes from, you know, our farms, you know, for soybeans or for corn, because they've used, once they use Roundup in those fields, it stays there for 10, 15, 20 years. And everything you're going to grow on after that is going to acquire those, and then even if you try to stay clean or organic, it's not going to happen. Okay? So we got a problem, and we don't know what to do with that, by the way. It's probably the most toxic, other than DDT, is the most toxic compound we have ever had in our food. Now, DDT, just if those who may remember, you know, it kills everything, all right? Actually, was a way, blocks the mitochondria, was a way low-dose DDT. We used to use it as treatment for obesity in the 40s, believe it or not. But what happens is half people get better, half will die or get sick. Because if you use you have to use very little to block your mitochondria and start losing weight. The problem is with DDT that it stays forever, and 50 years later, if we were to get tested for DDT in our urine, we still have it. Okay? So it's a problem. And here is the major problem. The future is extremely, stressful about this, because if you're a pregnant woman and you have a lot of this ultra-processed food that comes with the 20% pollutants, it's been associated with 25% overweight in the offspring, metabolic syndrome, diabetes. In other words, what the mom eats dictates the next 3 generations of disease for their offspring. Okay? And it goes into the breast milk too. And it's been associated with preeclampsia, high blood pressure. I have, in pregnant women. And I'm going to submit here that the worst diet for a pregnant woman and her baby is ultra-processed food diet, because it doesn't just dictate her future for the next 30 years. It dictates also the future of their children. Okay? So, and look, the simple association between plasticizer, those water bottles, phthalates, parabens, phenols, is shown. Dr. Lustig actually has published together with his colleagues in the University of California, San Francisco, how was basically girls are about 3 years younger now, has been to actually go into puberty. Boys, we don't have much connection, except it seems to be related to the fertility, okay, for boys. There's a link between that and autism. There are mitochondria inhibitors, and what's autism? It's mitochondria and the brain in the mitochondria in the brain. We got a problem. The most common trio that we use is our nail polish. We have all three of them in the nail polish. The formaldehyde, which is the cancer substance that we know it's incriminated, cause lung cancer. The phthalates, there's the plasticide, so your nails can be thick and shiny, and you like them, and you show them off. And then what do we use to clean that up? Acetone, which does the opposite. So the less of that, I'm not saying, doing your nails is going to kill you right away. All I'm saying is the less you do them, the better, because those things accumulate, including with, it's almost next to impossible to have something that you put on your face that's cosmetic, doesn't matter how organic. It requires two things. Some is those plasticides, so things stick to your face. The second is vegetable oil, some form. You'll see, oh, this is with sunflower oil. Oh, this is with avocado oil. This is with, I don't know, some fat and from some fruit, some stuff that nobody ever heard, but it's the best for you, okay? One or another, it's a vegetable oil version of it. And that's, you don't need to eat those. It'll do the same thing, all right? Maybe if it's avocado oil, it might be a little better, but I'm just saying, all right? So why am I talking about this? Because another way the nutrients and the air pollutants can immediately impact our mitochondria once you get them in your system, but they also work in a different way, okay? For example, for a pregnant woman, and in rats and mice and now in humans, we have evidence that if mom is fed a lot of sugar, the next 3 generations of offsprings have high blood pressure, diabetes, and metabolic syndrome. Not all of them, but 25% of them. 3 generations. In other words, it turns on some genes, then they will stay with them for a long time. Our mitochondria get primed for that. We have that. And then how is this possible? Well, we've been telling you for a long time that getting sick from any illness, cancer, heart disease, diabetes, lupus, it's all genetic, right? Well, it's only 10% genetic, actually, all right? 90% is not. 90% is called epigenetic. It's how our cells and the mitochondria, genes and in our nucleus interact and express our genes from what we feed them from outside. They can be, that's called epigenetic. That's exactly how it works, why in pregnant women you can influence the future of your baby, because you can turn on or off those genes that you may have acquired. They could have been bad or good for you, okay? And the good news, and so basically this is how genes are turned on by food and the environment, including stress, all right? And that's what determines our fate. And it's like Napoleon after he lost, the war, if it's genes and you have that idea in your mind, then there's nothing you can do, then I need to stop talking, all right? But even if you have bad genes, you can actually manipulate them, turn them on and off, depending how you eat and how you breathe and how you deal with your emotional stress or how you exercise. Then that's a different story, big difference, all right? So actually, I'm telling you more of a positive attitude is. There's a lot we can do. As a matter of fact, exactly 90% we can change. 10% we may not be able to change at that age. So why am I saying this? For example, it's because then the kids are born and then we start feeding them. And it turns out that the single most important factor for children's health is actually the parents' education, and particularly the mother's education. The higher the level of education of the mom, the more likely those kids are going to be healthy, all right? It wasn't necessarily their income. It wasn't whether they lived into a food desert and they've been given money to buy food, didn't do anything. But it made a difference if the woman in the household, well, the higher the education of that woman, the more likely everybody was healthy in that household. So that's why I'm doing this. Our women need to know this. Of course, men too, but they just need to stop saying no to women when they want to change how they eat, okay? All right? Because they're the one who cause trouble. So we actually know that children, if you go and in the food cafeteria, we feed them whole foods, their grades and behavior will improve within actually 6 months. I'm talking about they changes the kids' grades from F and D to A, not just a little increase, just that, okay? And this applies for everybody. So just remember, what you see here on the bottom, what we call ultra-processed food, is not food, at least from our time. We think it's food, we give it to our kids. Oh, come on, let him those kids, he can only now he can afford it, because once you're like me, you can't do it anymore. No, you're setting them up for failure. And it turns out from this, and remember, kids are between 60 and 70% of their food is ultra-processed food. Our future is not bright, okay? And from that food that they get in a day, in the first hour that they are picked up from school, it's 25% goes into that hour. Why? The parents or grandparents, this is when they are completely giving up on any control. We're tired. And we have it there in the car, just feed them. And that's when the kids want to stimulate again and get their ID, 25%. So here's my advice for you. No matter what, when you pick them up from school, all right, you're going to give them an apple. If they don't like it, fine. They don't have anything. Give them a bottle of water. Don't give them anything for the next 2 hours. And you already cut a quarter of that problem. Okay? So those are simple things you can do. And why am I talking about children? Here's why. Diabetes in the 70s. It was a condition of elderly, seniors. 99% if you're older than 65. It was almost unheard of if you're younger than 65 to have, I'm talking about type 2 diabetes, not type 1 diabetes, the one that's insulin dependent. How about today? Today, that 60% younger than 65 have that, okay? Half of us, we don't know. So type 2 diabetes has moved from elderly to young adults and children. So we shifted that. And what did I tell you? When you get a chronic illness at younger age, you get also old faster. They come together. It's actually, the last 3 years is first time in the history of United States that our lifespan is shorter. We have, we've gotten up, we were up to about 78 for men and 83 years old for women. In an average lifespan in this country up to about 5 years ago. Now every year we have 1 year less. And I promise you our kids are gonna live way less than we live if we don't change this. So it's a big deal. And why is that? We have a condition called fatty liver, all right? That's 45% of our adults have that, 1 out of 2. Very hard to identify and treat, all right, unless you change what you eat. And then the worst part, 25% of children have fatty liver. Why is that important? Because fatty liver until 1990, Dr. Lustig pointed this out, was a problem of somebody who drinks a lot of alcohol, okay? And now is a problem for the kids. Kids don't drink alcohol, at least not that much. They may try here and there when they are teenagers, but no. Sugar is their problem, and vegetable oils and ultra-processed food. And there are kids who have liver transplant, not once, twice. They go back to the same sugary beverages they used. So it's a major problem here. Why? Because if they start to have diabetes at age 10, 15, 20, instead of 45, 50 like it used to be 65, that means by the time they hit me at age 20, 25, 30, they already have manifestations of heart failure, heart disease, cancers. We talk about, heart disease has increased a lot in the last. No, we are nothing compared to the cancer doctors. Nothing. They have way more business than we have. And not at age 70. No. The highest cancer risk right now is between age 30 and 50 right now with new cancer. Why? Abnormal growth. And because we start feeding our kids, the first birthday cake part, the first year. How many of us, is their first year, is their first birthday. Let's create this amazing birthday cake. Let's make a movie, what's the reaction of the baby when it does that. Actually, they're not supposed to touch sugar for at least 2 years. And you start that now. Then you don't know why they only want that after that. But it's a problem. So, as a matter of fact, now what we call metabolic syndrome, which is the first stage of diabetes, by the way, all right, is only 7% of us are metabolic healthy in this country. I keep changing the number. Used to be 88% were unhealthy, then 91, now it's 93. Every year I have to keep changing this. It's lower and lower. And this is what we made metabolic unhealthy. Any 3 out of 5. Notice cholesterol is not there. Is the HDL and triglycerides. So we call the bad and the ugly, not the, I'm sorry, the good cholesterol and the ugly cholesterol, which is triglycerides. And hypoglycemia, high blood pressure, and central obesity. And the metabolic syndrome is first stage of diabetes. The second stage is what we call pre-diabetes. Third stage is the real diabetes that every doctor tells you. I need you to understand that there are 3 stages, not one, not the final stage, okay? This is how it starts with metabolic syndrome, then pre-diabetes. Don't ignore the word pre-diabetes. Just translate. So Rescue said pre-diabetes is stage 2 diabetes. Metabolic syndrome, so Rescue said it's stage 1 diabetes, okay? Because then you have time in your thing. If I tell you already have certain stages, then we're going to do something about it and not wait until you get full-blown diabetes to do something about it. And here is obesity, which is another version that comes with this metabolic syndrome. Yes, just being overweight increases your risk of cancer, cardiovascular death, and Alzheimer's. But it turns out what really increases your risk is actually the presence or absence of these 4 stages of diabetes. Your insulin goes up, you get the metabolic syndrome with insulin and insulin resistance, then you get prediabetes and diabetes. It's a continuum, all right? And it's twice higher risk than obesity, which goes both for those who are thin, but also the ones who are obese. And that's the real, take-home message here. And it starts with fatty liver, as I mentioned. 1 out of 4 kids have that, 1 out of 2 adults have that. That is why? Because what does it mean you have fatty liver? It means, okay, I'm going to eat. My liver is already overloaded with fat because mitochondria said we got to store that. We're going to store all that. But then I'm not going to, and then it's going to let all the glucose to hang around. Then liver tells the pancreas, wait a minute, we have too much sugar. We need to store sugar as fat. So then the pancreas releases more insulin, and they keep going in a circle between each other, making it worse. And then once insulin is out there, it stores the excessive food into fat. But then if it does that, it's going to take it away from the brain, so you're hungry all the time. So it's a big deal. You don't want fatty liver. That's the essential for diabetes development. And if you want to diagnose fatty liver, the single most important test is this. When we look at the cholesterol profile, I know the doctors tell you about LDL, which is the bad cholesterol. That's the least of the problems. That's not how we know if we have diabetes or fatty liver. Is the triglycerides to HDL ratio that comes in the same lipid profile. You can do it in your mind. If it's more than 2.5, you're already on the way to fatty liver and diabetes. Okay? ALT, basically it's a mitochondrial enzyme that's released from the liver once you have fatty liver. Increase fasting insulin, more than 10 units. Your doctor will order it. It's cheap. It's not accepted widely, but it's extremely important because if your insulin is up, your weight will be up. And if you try to lose weight, you will never lose weight unless that insulin goes down. Okay? That's our storage hormone. That's our hoarding hormone. And then, sure, we have hemoglobin A1c, but that comes late in stage 2 diabetes. And then we have uric acid, another marker. But instead of you having to memorize all this, I have an easy rule of thumb how you figure if you have fatty liver, you're on the way to diabetes. Here, answer this question. All right, then you don't need no blood test. All good. That means you might be one of those 20%, 15% who are addicted. And that it's a completely different game, how are you going to deal with that? So, and of course, it comes from this. And because I like it, say, people say, I don't have a sweet tooth. And then what do you drink? Orange juice. Well, what is that? That's 8 to 12 teaspoons of sugar into your little, cup. How would you like to add, if you were to add 8 teaspoons of sugar in your coffee, would you say you have a sweet tooth? So if you like orange juice, you have a sweet tooth. And if you like ketchup, you have a sweet tooth because it has the same concentration of sugar. I'm not even talking about the other fruit juices that are natural and all that. And then the same, you like cereals, you got a sweet tooth. So let's make it clear, because anything more than 2 teaspoons of sugar per whatever coffee or tea you have there, you got a sweet tooth. And these are all about 4 times more than that, minimum. Okay, so you do have a sweet tooth. Now, that's the first step. You gotta admit your sin so we can cure, have a chance for cure, all right? The second, and again, it's not your fault that you're addicted. Please understand me. It's never your fault that you're gaining weight or you get diabetes. But knowing that is the only way how we can get out of that. And that's the only reason why we've been talking about. And there is a way of getting out of that. But bottom line is, it's not just diabetes the main, what we call insulin resistance, the main elephant in the room. Is actually the ultra-processed food, namely fructose from sugar, seed oils, and these obesogens, the 20% I was telling you about, the FEPs, all right? That causes fatty liver and obesity, and then causes diabetes. These are the three elements, okay? And we're gonna go. But one of the things that these three do, the fructose, the seed oils, the obesogens, remember I was telling you the MSG and the color, thing, the yellow, the red, makes us hungry. That goes straight to our brain where we have our, incentive and reward center, makes us want to eat. So you're hungry because you've been drinking that zero vitamin water. If you didn't, you're not gonna be hungry and craving anything. And it's zero, not for the brain. Okay, they know what they're doing, and basically that's how we get there. And ultimately, all these three compounds, they work on they block your mitochondria from you burning that food. So then we start storing, and then as soon as our liver sends the message to the pancreas, hey, we're in storage mode, we got a lot of food, insulin is released, and then it'll keep going on and on. So how do we stop that? Well, we got to stop these guys. I promise, right now we have just Ozempic-like drugs, 250 drugs in the pipeline. 250 drugs. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of it, vitamin L for everybody around. I don't know what price, but that's a different story. But you're not going to do that. Or you do, we're going to work on only this organ, instead of working on what makes the mitochondria store. And what makes the mitochondria store is changing the food. That's the cause, all right? And we can look, and what matters is where the fat is located. And this is very important. If the fat here is MRI of the liver. If the MRI of the liver, if there is no fat, the liver is black, okay? If it's white, it's bad news. You got fat in the liver, and you're gonna be sick. You got not just fatty liver, but it's the first stage of liver cirrhosis. People get liver transplants, first stage of heart failures, first stage of coronary disease, first stage of diabetes, first stage of everything is supposed to be wrong with us in chronic illnesses, okay? And this is a patient who actually has, you see, a lot of fat here in the subcutaneous tissue, but also in the liver. So this will be what we call morbid obesity. That means you are overweight, but also have disease inside your liver. That's morbid. And then we can look at somebody who's thin. This is called this TOFI, thin outside, fat inside. What happens, some of us don't get large. I'm one of those, okay? Way before I'm gonna gain a lot of weight, it goes first inside my liver, okay? Actually, the ones who can store it outside, they are protected for a while, they're protecting their liver. It's a mechanism of actually survival. All right, but it's the thin guys that get much sicker faster. You see, this one has the same amount of fat in the liver, 24% like the other one, but very little on the side. Okay, and there are more of these thin ones than the morbid obese. All right, and those are more likely to get heart failure from the heart attacks and coronary disease. And I was trying to say, all it matters is where your fat is located. And there is no way of knowing unless you ask yourself about the sweet tooth, where I showed you some blood tests, that triglycerides to HDL ratio, or the hemoglobin A1C, anything that relates to diabetes kind of testing will reveal that, or insulin level. All you need is 1 pound of fat in the liver, which we cannot figure it by scale, all right? If you have genes that makes it go straight there, you're gonna be sick way before you get overweight. Or if you have genes that allows you to store a lot outside and you're large, actually may protect you for a while, but 1 point that's going to be too much. Usually for that you need about 22 pounds to get that. All right, so that's important. And then last but not least, there's also what we call visceral fat. That means it's not in the liver, it's not outside, it's inside your abdomen. Okay, and that visceral fat is also contributes, you need about 5 pounds weight gain of that contributes also to the fatty liver and to diabetes, but that is stress fat. That's actually released. People, in particular women, who are stressed a lot, they actually gain a lot of that, okay? And it's pure related to stress. You actually can overall stop eating, you're depressed and you lose body weight, but your visceral weight, fat weight goes up and you get sick, all right? And we know because once we fix the emotional stress, they actually start losing outside fat and they start to lose the visceral fat. It's pure related to stress. And yes, I get this question all the time, Doc, come on, is it possible that the stress caused all this in me? And the answer is absolutely, but this is how it works, okay? All right, but chronic, not acute. That means all the time for months and years. So summarizing this up, well, ideally, when we eat food, glucose stimulates our insulin. You want to see these spikes, and 2 or 3 hours, you want insulin back to normal, spike, normal. So 4 meals, 4 spikes goes back to normal. That's great. But not if you eat everyday sugar and vegetables, or everyday honey, or everyday, maple syrup, everyday whatever you name it. These two guys combined actually cause, after months, years, by blocking the mitochondria, and releasing insulin, cause fatty liver. And the part that we know about fructose doing that, there's a major confusion about the fats that can do that. So fats are two, they're saturated and unsaturated. And I'm showing you actually a simple chemical formula. I just need you to understand how it's made. This is made from a sugar backbone, which is called glycerol. That's half of the glucose. So you see why if you eat sugar, you're going to stimulate the fat, our own fat. It's called triglycerides, because it needs both sugar to make it, or white starches, and that creates this backbone, but on which then you put the fatty acids, which can be saturated like this when you see this, or it can be unsaturated. You see this equal kind of sign. And that unsaturated is important because that's how we made our hormones. Those are polyunsaturated fatty acids. We absolutely need to have cortisol, to have sexual hormones, to have an immune response for anything. We need the essential fat. The problem with those guys, if you have too much of those, they're also easy to be oxidized when they're heated, or there's free radical environment inside the cell. So then they start to make a problem. The problem is that then both the sugar and the fat contribute to insulin resistance to the fatty liver. What I'm trying to say is fried food and sugar cause us fatty liver, which then causes us insulin resistance, all right? You see, insulin is no longer just going up and down. It stays up even after you didn't eat the whole night, and I check it for you, it's high. And I can tell you those were my patients, and I helped them lose a lot of weight and correct their diabetes. That insulin from sky high, I check it, I just don't tell them, goes back to normal. Then I know they're doing right, okay? And if they're not doing right, that person can tell you how many times I went back and forth. No, you can do better. What else is there you're eating that nobody knows? You gotta tell me. And that makes a big difference. And then bottom line is, once you get there, once you have your insulin resistance, then that's when you start to have congestive heart failure and what we call end organ damage. You don't just get my cholesterol is high. Then the conversation changes from cholesterol is high and overweight to I just got a heart attack, or I got congestive heart failure, or my kidneys, I got chronic kidney disease stage 3 or 4, and I don't know why. It's the first time you ever told me that. Okay? No, it's been going on for a long time. There are other markers. The reason I'm concerned about your cholesterol or your pre-diabetes is not because that will cause the damage per se. It's about what your body is seeing, then you're going to go soon to the next stage. All right? So it's a big deal. So what are the consequences? What's that word, insulin resistance? Okay, so insulin goes up. What's insulin resistance? Yes, the cells are resistant to insulin. They no longer want to release or take the glucose in response to insulin, because that's what insulin does. Pushes the glucose inside the cells so we can burn them into mitochondria. Do you know why? Because their mitochondria are sick. They say, I have no use to this. I can't do it. It's too much. Leave me alone. So that's a normal. It all starts from the cells. So yes, then the insulin gets higher and higher because pancreas then says, well, we still have plenty of glucose around. Higher and higher. Eventually the pancreas gets exhausted, but the cells are resistant to insulin. Okay, if the cells are resistant to insulin, then what's your problem with the high glucose? Why am I concerned about? Cells don't get it anyway. But it's no longer, well, glucose per cell. I'll show you what it does. It oxidizes your proteins. It goes and sticks and browns our protein, just like we do when we brown sugar, or we use barbecue sauce for our chicken or for turkey, and separate it also if insulin is not just a glucose handling hormone, it's also a growth factor. Okay? So we move it from telling the cells, time for you to eat and get your glucose. When you have insulin resistance, is the main stimulus for the cells to grow. I'll say, okay, so you say you have enough food, well, time for it to grow then. And he thinks you're in fetal life again, thinks you're a baby again. Well, we got a problem. Can't grow anymore after age 25. So we're going to grow this way, or we're going to grow inside where in the fat, you're going to store fatty liver. You're going to start to grow inside the heart arteries. All that, those cholesterol that was sitting there in the wrong particles, what we call small dense LDL. Now they start deposit, but now it creates inflammation, and now we start to grow not inside the cell, but outside the cell in our arteries. And you can start growing things inside you. It takes about 20, 30 years. It's called cancer. And that's the setup. But that's not enough. Hold on a second. The biggest problem is actually, that's the least of the issue. If we get to live to be age 80, 1 out of 5 women will get Alzheimer's, and 1 out of 10 men will get Alzheimer's. So by the time you get to the age that you think I should enjoy my retirement, then we get into another problem. Fructose and processed food, it does that. When you are young and a kid, causes ADHD. You get hyperactive. Why? Fructose tells us it's a signal, starvation signal. Blocks the mitochondria in the brain. You just ate it, and tells them, no energy, time for you to find food. So what do? We go foraging. And, when we were 10,000 years ago, we went foraging in the forest, finding some animals, some fruit, some nuts. Well, how do you go foraging now in your own house? You go foraging into your fridge. So each time you have anything with sweet, you go foraging in your fridge. And the more you get, and you think, oh, I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. No, you're not. It's what you ate before that made you hungry. Okay? That's that. It's a chemical signal to your brain. And if you do that every day, you get eventually dementia, and it's Alzheimer's disease. You get depression. I'll show you some data about that. So if I were to put this in a timeline, we got everything starts, I'm a little concerned that I'm a little overweight, and you gain 22 pounds. Whether that happens when you're 10 years old, 20, 30, it doesn't matter. And if you're a woman, you can have acne, or a boy. Now, acne is normal up to puberty, but after 20, 25, acne is not normal. That tells you have diabetes in your skin. That's the first stage of diabetes, okay? And what if you have another condition if you're a woman, older than 20, it's called PCOS. Everybody knows that? Polycystic ovarian syndrome. #1 cause of infertility in women, in young women right now. Well, PCOS is nothing but diabetes in your ovaries. That's the first stage. Oh, I check my diet. Well, guess what? Your GYN will put you on metformin. Metformin is a diabetes drug. What do you mean you don't have diabetes? Well, I'm treating you with that. Okay? And it starts like that. All right? Then you get sleep apnea if you gain 30, depending, all you need is a little fat here. Don't have to be very overweight. And then you get sleep apnea. And if we wait for another 10, 20 years, 30 years, you get everything else that you become my patient. High blood pressure, coronary disease, heart failure, kidney disease. Which one comes first? It depends how strong are your genes. And that's where genetic predisposition matter. First organ to fail will be the one that was more sensitive based on your genetic background. But if you live long in life, like you go to specialists, we fix one condition at a time. Actually, by time, we don't really fix it. Then you get eventually all of them, because you get to live. And then it starts with this metabolic syndrome, which is, as I mentioned, for all practical purposes, I would like you to know it's stage 1 diabetes, where your insulin starts to go up. Eventually, you get insulin resistance, usually by the time you get fatty liver. Stage 3, you get pre-diabetes. Now, finally, doctors start to use the term pre-diabetes, which I do not agree with, because pre-diabetes, like you're pre-dead. I may die or may not die. Let me wait until I get diabetes to do something about it. Okay? And unfortunately, when you do diabetes, it's end stage. It's like you waited to treat your cancer until it's already late and it's too big. All right? And that's what we focus on right now. Why? Because all along, I'm not worried about just the glucose being high. I'm worried about the growth factor, the growth effect of insulin hanging around your system for 10, 20, 30 years and creating damage to every single cell in the body. And that's the problem. That's why we get them all. We call this chronic disease. So now if you were to look and, you can say initially you're concerned, oh, my cholesterol is bad, it's through the roof. Well, what it really matters is actually, is what we call the LDL, that's the bad cholesterol. You want that to be less than 100. But actually LDL, 80% is actually healthy. It's not all bad. 80% is fine, is the large portion. Is that's the large part of the LDL. There's a small size particle called small dense LDL that's really bad, and that's the oxidized one. And that part, it depends on your ratio between your triglycerides and HDL. And then triglycerides is the ugly. We never know what to do about it. We try to fix it, and it doesn't work with medicine. We can lower your triglycerides with drugs, and it never changes anything for heart attack. And the reason is because if your triglycerides are up in your bloodstream and I'm trying to block them after, it means your liver already has fat, too much fat, and is spitting them out. Can't store it anymore. It's giving them into the bloodstream, or is giving them either in blood, or is giving them to your gallbladder. So what happens if you have high triglycerides, they go into your gallbladder, you get gallbladder stones. And I said, well, I think you have fat, you've got fatty. No, I don't have fatty liver. Well, do you have gallbladder stones? No, I don't have gallbladder anymore. Well, why did they remove it? Because you had, too much triglycerides that weren't there, cholesterol, and then that's a marker. You have gallbladder that was removed, you already have fatty liver. Since way before it was removed. That's just another manifestation. Or you can look at the triglycerides that are up. They're telling you what your liver is doing. All right, and of course we give you medicines at the end of the spectrum, but we don't give you at the beginning. But everything starts with this, sugar and what we call ultra-processed food, okay? All right, so as doctors, we tell you what causes cardiovascular disease. Oh, focus on the fats or on the carbs. And, cholesterol is the problem. It comes from animal fat. We need to cut the cholesterol-based animal fat, saturated fat, cut the butter, switch to vegetable oils, you're going to be fine. We actually have done those experiments for 50 years. We're way sicker and way worse. No, it's not working. We have actually plenty of evidence for that. So it's not that simple. It's not fats versus carbs. As a matter of fact, we call this 50 years of failed experiments. It's actually both, okay? Because it's high intake in everything, all right? That's the toxic nature of ultra-processed food. And on top of that, it's fats and carbs and the wrong kind, and also these FEPs that I call additives, okay? On top of the adding sugar and added vegetable oils, flavor enhancers, emulsifiers, preservatives, and sweeteners, okay? And you can go, and we can go in details. I'm not going to go into exactly what does what. And there's plenty of information out there. But what I'm trying to say is that let me show you why it's not just carbs or fats, but it's actually an abundance in everything, okay? So here is a standard lunch or dinner at a very famous fast food restaurant, okay, that should not be named. So this is milkshake. Is this fat or is this carb?
No.
Okay, well, that's good. This is much better than 2 weeks ago when I gave this lecture. That's good. Why? Look, let's look at it. Why? Because the milkshake has got a lot of sugar in it. You got equivalent of 82 grams of sugar in it, which is, if you divide 80 by 4, that's 22 spoons of sugar. But milk is supposed to be saturated fat, and that's 80 spoons, okay? So that counts as a fat source, and now you see why, our cardiologists, when they tell you, hey, milk is not a problem, it's the saturated fat from the milk that's causing disease. No, because anything you call it milk, once they do low fat, they take out the fat, they put the sugar. You can't blame it on the milk, on the fat part, why somebody got sick, okay? And so then they tell you, well, you got to do the low sugar version, the low fat version. No, fat doesn't cause that. That's not the proof for that. What about the French fries? Where are they, carbs or fats? Gotcha. All right. Yeah, why? Because, potatoes are all starches, right? So it should be just carbs. That's if you bake the potato. But what if you make a French fries? Then about 5 teaspoons of oil gets into them. And you cannot bounty out of that, okay? It doesn't matter how they receive. I can tell in the Romanian cuisine, oh, no, I took all the oil out. I just put them and dried them out. Well, no, it's not going to work. And this is what we have. Forget about how many grams of carb, but it's 45 teaspoons, okay? And then you have 2 teaspoons of sugar. This is the commercial version, the add on top of that. Make sure you never, you'll go back and have some more. And we have 57 grams of fat. By the way, this is equivalent of 3 potatoes. They will have, in terms of the fat, there will be only 3 grams of fat, okay, what the potato has. And now we just replace that with 15 teaspoons of oil. 15 teaspoons of oil. They had nothing to do before. And why is that a problem? 5 teaspoons of oil equals how many packs of cigarettes of smoking? 1. So 5 teaspoons, 1 pack of cigarette smoking. 15 teaspoons, 3 packs of smoking cigarette. And I'm sure you'll enjoy the French fries just fine. Just make sure you know that before you eat. Okay? Now, doesn't mean that I cannot. There are plenty of people who smoke cigarettes and they live to 90 or 100. It's the same with this. Well, maybe people who will not get dinged by this. But you know, maybe those only eat this or only smoke 1 pack a week. Not every day. You'll have some time for the liver, your cells to metabolize this junk. And if you have diabetes, even 1 a year is too much. I can tell you I have patients who just visit once and they go in diabetic coma by having this, if they have full-blown diabetes. It's a problem. Depends how resistant and how healthy you are to resist this assault. Okay, so I put the meal total together. I just told you 109. Let's put them together because we didn't have the burger yet. And we are, total is 30 teaspoons of vegetable oil, 60 teaspoons of sugar. Okay? That's just this is just a meal. That's it. I did not add the soda. I did not add the ketchup. I did not add the chips. Okay? All right. So, and we do have evidence that it's useless to talk about, well, I need to cut my fats, my carbs, my proteins, or increase my proteins if you try to lose weight, because it's irrelevant. I'll show you why. Dr. Kevin Hall, who is actually the chief of physiology section at National Institute of Health, and this is the best study that's been published, and he is the only one who dared to do this. Then he says, okay, he took 20 healthy young, you know, between the 30s and 40s, and randomized them. That means nobody knew where they're going, to either eat food from ultra-processed food, 80%, or eat the same, what we call macronutrients, the same percent of fat, carbs, and proteins coming from whole foods. That means somebody cooked them. But they had the same proportions of carbs, fats, and proteins. And they had the same exercise, 45 minutes of stationary bike a day. And then they look at them and they measure their weight and measure their metabolism. And look what happens if you are on the ultra-processed food side, you actually gain 2 pounds, while if you were on the whole food side, you lost 2 pounds. So within 2 weeks, there was a 4 pounds difference between them. Now imagine we did this for a year. The difference would have been 30 pounds. And it was exactly the same percent of protein, carbs, and fats. So the percent of macronutrients, protein, carbs, and fats, are irrelevant. It matters where they come from. If they are ultra-processed, and you have more sugar and vegetable oil, as opposed to unprocessed, coming straight from meat and how you know it and everything else. And that's 4 pounds different. And of course they ate more than one who were on ultra-processed food because they are hungrier, because that's what those chemicals do. And also every marker for beginning of diabetes was up, insulin was up, leptin, which tells our brain we have enough energy in the fat, was up. Ghrelin, which is our hunger hormone, went up. So the more they ate, the hungrier they were, if you're on that. And the PYY compound, it's released by our stomach to tell your brain, I'm full, was low. That means if your food was from ultra-processed food, it tells your brain to keep eating, and you're never full, and you're hungry all the time. And that's what happened. And it's a problem. And then they measure their basal metabolic rate. Why is that important? That's overall our mitochondria function. of the whole body. And basically, the one who were on the ultra-processed food, they had 7.8% higher mitochondria. They had to work harder, 7.8%, when the whole foods was 7.5% lower. There was a 15% difference. What does it mean? If these people were to continue the same way, they would have lived 15% less than the other ones. If it's just mitochondria, that means you don't get chronic illness, you don't get cancer, just by exhausting your mitochondrial power throughout life. Okay? All right, so, and that's exactly what I meant. It's what they did to the food that matters. You want to take it from the ground, put it in your mouth with minimal processing, just baking. You don't want to have to read the label because you don't know what they did to it before it got to you. Okay? And, you know, so Dr. Kevin Hall actually, he was surprised because he said, no, all we need for 50 years, oh, it's very simple. You eat a lot more carbs, you're going to be fatter, or whatever he was expecting is going to make a difference. And he wasn't expecting that just manipulating the food and not changing the composition of the fats, carbs, and proteins is going to make a difference. And he was, you know, he's been actually here, is very gentle and very nice, politically correct, how he makes the statement. These results contribute to a growing body of literature indicating ultra-processed may be important contributor to food choice and intake behavior, as well weight and body fat. In other words, oh, we just eat more with that food. No, your insulin was up too. That means it works straight, the food works straight on all the organs, not just your brain to want more on everything, okay? All right, so that's the problem. As a matter of fact, this kind of food, that it's a lot of dead calories, it actually makes our brain, and we're actually starving inside because mitochondria are being turned off, told not to make energy. That's why we're hungry, and our brain does not see it as food and makes us hungrier. And now we have evidence for the last, this year, the Cochrane review is basically is like our gold standard of the best possible science that comes out of it. So far, nobody can attack this. Let me put in this. There are plenty of others. And this came out in the British Medical Journal, you know, this year in March. The ultra-processed food is associated with increased risk of dying from heart disease, dying of diabetes and developing it, dying of mental disease. I'm not talking just about ADHD and depression. I'm talking about bipolar, schizophrenia, some serious mental issues, not just the easy one, and anxiety, okay? Then obesity, that we know, sleep disorder, fatty liver, and cancer, and guess what? Gestational diabetes in women, pregnant women, like I said. So this is serious. We know now, okay? There's no more, oh, we're gonna do what we're gonna do, we'll see. Junk food may or may not be good for you. We actually know. All right, so what are the toxins in the ultra-processed food that make a difference? Okay, here are the 5. I already said fructose, which comes from any form of sugar, any form of sweet. I know agave honey is the same problem, no difference, because anything natural and unnatural amount is a problem. We're supposed to have that only seasonal at the end of the summer, or we have it every day, 5 times a day. It's a problem. Because it tells your mitochondria, stop burning, we need to store this, okay? That's why they're not healthy. Now, this is a big one, trans fats and hydrogenated oil. We're gonna talk about that. Vegetable oil, whether it's heated or not, why? The main chemical is actually linoleic acid, what we call polyunsaturated fatty acids, omega-6. And then frying the food, it's a problem, because when you fry, you use vegetable oil, all right? Now, people ask me about, what about air frying, okay? Well, it depends if you put oil in it or not. That's number 1. Number 2, I would say this way, it's half as bad as regular fry because you got rid of the oil, but it's still, because it's such high heat and heating in dry condition that is a problem. Why? Because you don't have the oxidation from the fat anymore, but you have the oxidation of the proteins, and it's still going to cause problems, okay, and the carbs. And then we have the too much alcohol is easy. Everybody knows that causes problem. And then we have these BCAAs, branched chain amino acids, and why? Because they stimulate insulin release. And what you know where those are? Protein bars and protein shakes. And we have a lot from those too, because we think we're missing. No, we're not. unless you're eating whole foods and you're pregnant. All right, so, or you got other reasons, you have to recover from prolonged surgery. And those things actually cause first fatty liver, then diabetes. Fats are the fifth one. So we got 4 elements that come from food, and then the fats are the fifth one. All right, so really food matters, not the macronutrients, not if they're proteins that matter, and then get it as it comes from that. And then ultra-processed food is not food. I know it smells amazing. It's easy to have it, but unless you tell yourself that is not food, you have no chance of ever fighting that, because it's not. I mean, I don't know. Think that you're eating, I don't know, a plastic bottle is the same. At least it's what you see, what you get. You'll stop with that. Can't eat that much plastic bottle, no matter how hard you try. All right, so I'm going to take these 4 poisons one at a time. 1, trans fat. This has been banned as of 2002. By the way, it took 100 years of science to be able to get it to the political level. So please don't count that any time soon our guidelines or our FDA or our American Heart Association are going to change the guidelines. No. All right? It will eventually, but it may take another 50 years. I mean, we knew smoking and cigarettes cause lung cancer for 30 years. It took another 30 years to convert it into a law, even to put a label on it that is bad for you. And then it took another, to make it law. So don't count on that. That's why I'm doing this. I can't really change the politics, and there's a reason why. But bottom line is, even if we ban the trans fats, there's supposed to be 0 on the label. We still have this. You can buy it. And you can use it just fine. Crisco, great for cooking and baking. It's actually started in 1907. It was used as cotton. The cottonseed oil was made. That original was used as engine oil. Sorry. And then they said, well, we make so much now. What are we going to do with it? Well, it's okay. We got some nice humans. They can use it. Here's all vegetable shortening. All right. Why? Because it's plant-based and it's vegetarian. So you're going to live forever if you do that. Well, now we know. Actually, you won't. It's toxic. Shortening shortens your life. Okay? All right? And the way you're not going to see the buzzword trans fats anymore. You see? It says trans fat 0. You're going to see, though, fully hydrogenated palm oil, partially hydrogenated oil. If it has the keyword hydrogenated. Why? Because all you need is to heat it up. They're correct. There is no trans fat if they're at that level. But it's like all it needs, that means it's half transformed. All it needs to heat it up and melt that, and then it converts in full trans fat. Okay? That's the chemical process. So if you see hydrogenated, that's the buzzword. Stay away from that. I don't have to tell. I know nobody in this young audience uses that, but you'll be surprised how many people still use it, because we keep saying Crisco is cooking, used for baking, cooking, and frying. Okay? But that accumulates in our mitochondria. It never goes away, and it's poisoning us. All right. So then the second mechanism that we need to know about, second toxin, is sugar. And I talked about this in the past. Why? It tells our mitochondria, stop burning the food. We need to store. Winter is coming. From now on, everything I give you, you cannot make energy. No, you need to store it. All right? Instead of burning, we're store it. It tells mitochondria to do that. We actually know exactly the mechanism, the pathways. It's been published. Nobody ever talks about it from the guidelines. That's exactly that it does. And then, instead of burning we start storing, and then imagine that suddenly in our house, we never burn anything when we're supposed to make a fire, but we keep cutting the trees and we keep posting them outside the house and inside the house, but we can never use it. It'll be cold in the winter, and also at one point we choke, can't get out of the house. Okay? And that's exactly what happens to the cell. And then once we have the storage problem, that activates the insulin, the main storage hormone, and then pancreas and liver will keep playing this game forever. All right? Gain more weight, release more insulin, you eat more, you gain more weight, you use more insulin, you gain more. And so instead of doing a burn and repair, what glucose will do for us as opposed to fructose, and then regenerate our mitochondria, that's called mitophagy. All right? Then we actually store and we get rusting inside and inflammation. And this, I always say, this is the difference between pre-dead and pre-diabetes. The one on the left who only eats twice a day with whole foods and actually takes a break for 8 to 12 hours not to eat at night, so the mitochondria can recover and our brain can recover, and it does the exercise to eat all that energy that we just had, it's going to be pre-dead, and it's going to take their sweet time to die by age 80, 90, 100, 120. But the ones who are not doing that and they eat the wrong stuff that blocks our mitochondria, we're on the way to pre-diabetes, and then the rest that comes with it. So the difference between aging slowly and aging faster and miserably, and right now 25% of our kids do that. 1 out of 4 kids are doing that. They're just protected a little bit by youth. The rest you just give time. All right? So, and we know it makes a difference, and this is a problem because Dr. Lustig has shown that if you replace the fructose from these kids who have prediabetes or type 2 diabetes and they're obese and they have fatty liver and high blood pressure, if you just replace the sugar with just still junk food, just starches, then actually within 9 days, they lose 20% of their fatty liver. The insulin goes down, blood pressure goes down, triglycerides go down, and the bad LDL cholesterol goes down. Just 9 days. So if you come off it for a whole month, it can actually have a huge impact on your immediate metabolic health. Huge impact. So sugar is a problem, and that's what he says. Sugar is is actually #1 killer, not only in this country, in the world right now. There's no doubt about that. Okay? Now we have third molecule or poison that we have introduced, and it's because we have an evolutionary conserved survival mechanism for that. Why are we so sensitive to these things like sugar? Well, fructose was a way how we fatten. This is how bears, they have to fatten up. They can fatten up 40 pounds in a week in the fall. But they do it by eating fruits and honey and nuts. So nuts have the second chemical signal that I'm telling you about, which is the omega-6s, is the vegetable oil version of it, okay? Those together, they tell the body time to fatten because winter is coming. And they go in hibernation. Squirrels, they change what they eat to nuts right before and when the fall starts. And you'll see them, and that's why they start preserving them, hiding them, because they know that's what they need so they can survive the winter where food is scarce. Okay? So the second mechanism I'm talking about, well, what about the evidence for humans? Here is the evidence for humans. We used to, up to about 10,000 years ago, we used to have them only from grains, nuts, and seeds. And they're loaded with this because this is how, they need to store energy so the plant will grow one day. That's what's for plants. But for us, we change that, and now we extract and we oil everything. Oil extract from everything. When we do that, it turns out that the omega-6, which is linoleic acid, it's also the main compound that we make our own marijuana that stimulates our brain to want to eat. So the reason why marijuana gives us the munchies is because we make in our brain marijuana from this omega-6 from linoleic acid to stimulate our brain so we're hungry. Why did we need to be so sensitive to this? Because they are essential fats. We need them, otherwise we don't have hormones. We're not going to be able to reproduce. We don't have enough sexual hormones if we don't have enough stress hormone, which is cortisol. This is what they are made of. They're called fatty hormones. So we need that, and our body is designed to store that. And once it gets it, it's not using it for burning, it's using it for signaling. It's like communicating, sending text messages to other organs what to do. Okay? We hold on to it. We know for a fact that it's a problem. It goes in, actually, it's part, the linoleic acid is part of our mitochondrial membrane. That's how it works. But it's also because it's polyunsaturated, it's sensitive to heat and oxidation, creates this what we call hydroxynonenal, which is the oxidized part. And now we have evidence in humans that it causes us obesity. And you say, well, how do you know that? It's simple. We have actually developed drugs. Big Pharma is smart enough. We developed drugs. We can block just this marijuana receptor in our brain, so we stop eating so we can lose weight. Because this same receptor, what we call the endocannabinoid receptor, that is made from linoleic acid in the brain, but also in our fat cells, this is how we gain weight from eating actually nuts and seeds and vegetable oils, because both our fat cells get the signal time to grow, and our brain gets the signal time to eat more. All right. So then we use a compound that was called rimonabant. Okay. Nobody has ever heard about it. In 2003, big pharma developed this drug. It was Ozempic before Ozempic. It was fantastic. 10% weight loss within 6 months up to a year. Excellent, also working in improving the cardiovascular outcome. The diabetes got better, fatty liver got better. The heart doctors got very excited in 2003 about this drug. And all it does, it blocks our receptors for this linoleic acid in the brain and in the fat cell tissue, which is the receptor for vegetable oil, basically. Okay? And we block that, and we lose weight. But there is a catch. In 2006, they had to pull it off the market. Why? Because the same receptor that makes us get the reward so we can eat, it's also the same receptor for pleasure reward. So then people start to be depressed and suicidal. So they had to take it off the market. Nobody ever talks about it, but I'm talking about it, and I'll tell you why. To me, there is only one purpose of these amazing drugs: to prove a mechanism. And they did. They proved that vegetable oils are horrible for us to get obesity and get sick and fatty liver. And now we have evidence that even in mass that it causes fatty liver too, eating a lot of vegetable oil. Okay? So let's assume now, I taught you that on one hand, we have two main substances that makes us obese, get fat in both outside and inside fatty liver and diabetes. One is the sugar, which is the fructose. The other one is vegetable oil. Let's just name it. There are some other sources. I mean, if you eat a lot, there are people who eat a pound of nuts a day, you're going to have the same problem. It doesn't matter. But let's assume that we're going to eat just 3-4 nuts a day, not the whole, or 1 ounce, not so much. So I'm going to say, well, right now I'm 30 pounds overweight. I got the advice, okay, I'm going to cut first the sugar. So if you try to cut the sugar, you're going to suffer for the first month because you like it, but then you'll start losing weight. You say, hey, Suresh, you're right, I just lost 20 pounds. But then after a month, it stabilized. I still want to lose another 30 pounds. Why am I not losing the rest of 30, 40 pounds? And the reason why I'm not losing that is because of the second problem, the linoleic acid. And remember, there's the adult component of why we gain weight from the vegetable oils, linoleic acid, polyunsaturated. That goes into our fat cells, and it stays for 2 years and 3 months. So I still have in my fat cells nuts from 2 years ago. So if you need to also lose the weight or the fat from the next step, you're going to have to wait for about 2 years doing the same thing until you start to see the impact. And I have a lot of patients, they try hard, they can't lose anymore initially. Don't give up. Keep doing what you're doing. It's going to work. But you're going to have to, it's like somebody locked those money into a bank account, and they're not going to, it's in a trust. And until you're 18 years old, you can't use it. You got to survive until then, though. Okay? But this is why it's so difficult to lose weight. All right? Our body designed these evolutionary conserved pathways, so it protects us from starving. But there was never a big design if we eat too much and for storage. And now we're going to have to know. And yes, these vegetable oils, the oxidized linoleic acid, if we look in liver biopsy in humans, is the single most important predictor of liver cirrhosis. Okay, is the oxidized, and it's the oxidized part. Again, I'm not telling you should stop eating seeds or nuts, okay? All I'm telling you, if you process it, if you burn it, if you heat it up, if you have honey roasted nuts, not just nuts, or if you extract it from seeds, which means seed oils, you have vegetable oils, whether it's canola or whatever, then when you do that, you heat it up, then you oxidize, then it goes straight to your liver, causes fatty liver and inflammation in the whole body, and the single most important predictor of that. So that's on top of the sugar, and this is what I was telling you. Sugar by itself causes fatty liver because it tells mitochondria time to store, and you add to that vegetable oils, you're going to have inflammation too. and that speeds up the process. And yes, anybody's had gallbladder stones, if you have them, that means you already had fatty liver way before you had your gallbladder issues. And they come together. I fix one, and then you'll see they get another one. So here is the fats. What's the big deal about fats? 3 kinds of fats. Saturated fats, which are, you see, there is no this double bonds thing, eggs, dairy, coconut oil, and meats, okay? This is what for 50 years, in the guidelines, we told you need to avoid that, you need to go for, because they got cholesterol. Well, cholesterol is just an innocent bystander. It's got nothing to do with it, okay? Cholesterol is bad if it's oxidized, if it's rusting. But when does it get rust? Well, you have to come to be oxidized. Well, the saturated fat cannot rust the cholesterol, all right? Because if you heat it up, it doesn't burn like that. But the unsaturated fat is the one that creates free radicals, can get oxidized and can rust when you heat it up, which is, we have 3 of them. The monounsaturated fatty has only 1 double bond. That means it's half as rusting, and those are from olive oil, avocado oil, and nuts. That's why we say olive oil and avocado oil are better, because they have these monounsaturated omega-9s. But they also have 15% of this one, omega-3s and omega-6. Now, these polyunsaturated fats, that means they have 3 bonds versus 6 double bonds. The more they have, the omega-3s is the position. Actually, omega-3 have 6 double bonds and omega-6 have only 2. But bottom line is, once you have that, they're in corn oil, seed oil, safflower oil, soy oil, grapefruit oil, you name it, if it says that, as opposed to fruit oils, like, you know, avocado or olive oil, okay? Now, omega-3s and omega-6, it's an yin and yang relationship with our body. The omega-6s are essential because, you see, we get this, what I call the arachidonic acid, I told you, creates our own marijuana for pain receptors and food. It's important for fat storage, for inflammation, for cortisol, sex hormones, you name it. The omega-3s are important for our brain and cardiovascular health, so we don't get heart attacks, okay? It's extremely important. It's actually, both of them are part of the mitochondrial membrane and important. The catch is that, is when you heat them up. So actually both omega-3 and 6, so if I were to fry my fish, even their most loaded omega-3s, which are extremely helpful otherwise, once you convert them just like omega-6 into oxidized compounds, and this is what when we measure it, this is just oil per se, we don't even put any food in it. These are like 12 different kinds of oils, and you notice that this is a baseline, this oil is already oxidized, that means it has not been heating. We should have 0 of these alkanols. Alkanols are basically trans fats. So you already have trans fats in them. I don't care what they say, this has high melting point, it doesn't matter, when we measure it, we find it. There's not supposed to. But then when we heat it up for 30 minutes, nightmare, 10 times higher. And indeed, if you look at the olive extra virgin oil, these 3 round squares that I put here, you see it's only half of the others. That's actually the olive oil. So it's half as bad if you heat it up, but it's still not good. So use your olive oil or avocado oil not to heat with, just to cook, you know, and maybe stir fry a little bit, but very briefly, okay? So, and that's why, because you see this double bond that from unsaturated fats that converts into trans fat, that's a problem. So burning the saturated fat is neutral. That's why it's okay to burn with butter, it's okay to burn with lard, but it's not okay to burn with vegetable oil, okay? Or any oil, period. If it's liquid oil, with rare exception, maybe coconut oil, if you have a good source, because that one you have to read the label depending on what country and how it's done. If it has the word partially hydrogenated, it could be bad coconut oil just fine. And it's hard to know the source, but I'm just saying it, all right? It's supposed to be cold press oil, all right? And you know, sugars and vegetables are actually the #1 problem in the last 50 years why we have issues. You see how it correlates with obesity and diabetes and cancer. It's the consumption of vegetable oil, remember, until 1900s, which means I think 17, when Crisco introduced that vegetable oil, we never had it before. I mean, that means for 6 million years, we never had it before. In the last 100 years, we have it. We have every single condition that keeps going up. We don't know why. And we completely ignore, and we call it because it's vegetable, and from plants, it's healthy. And I can only say, well, the big industry, food industry is going to tell you something. The guidelines will tell you, oh, you have no evidence vegetables are bad for you. Well, here's the deal, okay? We have done what you told us to do, okay? We're actually doing it. We have increased our vegetable oil from nothing to whatever it is, and we are sicker than ever. I don't care what version. We have done the experiment, has failed. It's not working. If it were working, I would never start talking to you about this. I would rather all enjoy our salad, just nice, okay? So no, it's not, doesn't work. And, it's sugar, which is, there's supposed to be about 4 teaspoons or 24 grams a day. That's what the American Heart Association recommends for a woman. For a man, teaspoons a day. Current intake is 90 grams a day, which is 90 pounds a year. And you can have actually this about 3 or 4 times. It's actually more times. It's just from any coffee that is not black, from Starbucks or Dunkin' Donuts. And you say, well, I don't really go to Starbucks, Dunkin' Donuts. Oh, you get this. It's the same. No difference. And then we look at the vegetable oil and you say, so let me explain you the story of this vegetable oil. It's really what we call PUFA, it's polyunsaturated fatty acid. I told you there are 2 kinds, 6 and 3s. They're both essential in low amounts. They're both toxic if we heat them up. Very simple. So you heat them up, whether it's the fish, all right, I'm talking about baking, it's okay, I'm talking bake them at temperature of 325 degrees or less with a lot of lemon that protects the omega-3s, or you can, if you like the meat, you can use vinegar, okay? But, so omega-3s are healthy provided that you can ingest them without frying them. Now, omega-6s, they're also healthy in low amounts. It's supposed to be just 2% of our calories intake. Just to have an idea, they'll be equivalent maybe about 1/3 of an ounce of nuts a day. Okay, everybody knows, first of all, you have some nuts, you'll never have 3 nuts. Okay, all right. Okay, just nuts, and this is the healthy version. Okay, all right. So, but we have too much in every which way. And what happens is, why? Because once we have too much, then we get inflammation. The same compounds, they're essential. Then we make our inflammatory substances from it, okay? So it's funny because even the names are, the name for the omega-6, which is pro-inflammatory, is linoleic, while the name for the omega-3, that's anti-inflammatory, that you create the others, is linolenic. You just add an extra, N here. Anyway, one is anti-inflammatory, one is pro-inflammatory if you have too much, but both of them are bad if you fried it, okay, in vegetable oil. So as I mentioned, so you like to have a ratio, apparently up to about 100 years ago, we used to have a ratio of 4:1. That means ideally 1:1. It's 1 gram of that, 1 gram of that. That will be if you eat whole foods and fish equivalent. Currently we are 20:1. What does it mean? Whatever we eat in terms of our vegetable oil is 20 times more towards inflammation, diabetes, and rusting in our cells than not, because the other guys protect. So that's big. Now, the American Heart Association recommends 5 to 10%. Really, we only need 2%, although it's not even clear if we need that much. Why? Because what I tell you, I ate nuts today. How long they're going to stay in my body? 2 years and 3 months. That's exactly 680 days. That's the half-life. That means in 2 years and 3 months, we'll go to the half of what it was to begin with. It takes to completely get rid of that, takes 4 half-lives, which will be, if you multiply 2 years by 4, 8 years. So take my word back. I still have nuts in my fat from 8 years ago, in terms of linoleic acid. So, because it's so essential to our body, that our body will not let go. That's why we want to eat more. That's why everything that stimulates our appetite, it has either sugar or fat. And vegetable fat, the linoleic acid, we just go like crazy, and we want more. Okay? Unfortunately, it's too much. And actually, we know if we measure this linoleic acid in our body, is at 20% now. It used to be 7%. Okay? 3 times more than 50 years ago, and that's Americans. And the question is, and then we have our guidelines that tells us, eat more vegetable, eat all more. We already got 3 times more. How much more do you want us? And we haven't done anything. We're not any healthier. We're sicker and sicker with everything that's supposed to be bad with vegetable oils. So the answer is no. I'm sorry. It doesn't work. The average American consumes 5 to 10 tablespoons vegetable oil per day. That would be an equivalent, just so you have an idea, if you were to eat that from natural food, whole food, it's like you're eating 26 pounds of corn a day. That's 100 corn ears. All right, you want your corn on the cup? Eat your corn on the cup. Don't put any vegetable oil. Add it some butter. How many are you going to eat? 1, 2, 3. Are you going to eat 100? Well, let's just so you know, that 5 to 10 tablespoons of vegetable oil a day is just 1 serving of ranch dressing. Okay? And I've seen people making everything white, 2 to 3 of those. So that means you just had 300 corn ears in terms of vegetable oils. This is not a joke. Okay? So then, if you were sunflower oil, you only need actually half a pound because there's so much more omega-6s. Grapes, grapes are very healthy. No, 8 pounds. If you were to have that from grapes, the rice is the same. And just give you an example, these grains are loaded with omega-6. That's because that's how they grow. Once you plant them, they have enough reserves, so they come out. Okay? But not for us. And, you know, perfect example is, anybody knows what's foie gras?
Yes.
Oh, you do? All right. It's a delicacy. Okay? It's amazing taste. For those who, it may be some acquired taste for some people. Well, the French have been using it for 300 years. They've been making it. Okay? So how do we make that to get an amazing taste? Basically, it's duck and geese fatty liver. That's what it is. And that's what they do. They force feed them. With just corn, nothing else. Just corn. Okay? And then this is when we look at their liver. It shows it's all replaced with fat. That's why we like that taste. And you say, well, you know, the only difference, we don't give them the fats, at least to have some taste from that corn. We don't add anything that changes so that makes them happy to eat that, okay? So it's basically the same feeding without the fats, and we just force feed them. And you say, oh, no, that, I don't eat foie gras, you don't have to worry about that. Okay, well, and why? You know what corn has? Linoleic, it's the oil that's in corn, or if you want the fat that's in corn, it's linoleic acid. That's half of its amount, the whole weight. And the other part is glucose. We actually extract the high fructose corn syrup from corn, but we actually chemical and pharmaceutical modify that. We extract from glucose and convert glucose into fructose. We got that formula. We bought it as our U.S. government in the 70s under Nixon administration from Japanese. All right, but otherwise, just corn is just glucose and linoleic acid. Combined together, you have a lot of them because it's fatty liver. Wait a minute, we're not eating that, right? Okay, fine. Well, let's see what you eat. What do you eat? Chicken? What else? What else meat do you eat? Turkey? Fish? Farm fish? Well, this is what we feed them. Vegetables are the main meal, the main fat that goes into their feeding. Okay? This is not the free-range version. I'm talking about every other commercial available, you know. Whether it's pork is the #1 source, second is the chicken. The highest source of vegetable oil-like compounds is in from the pork and the chicken meat, actually, the omega-6s. So you don't, even if you avoid, you skip your ranch and your foie gras, you have that. And why is that? That's how we feed them. I haven't gotten to the real part. What happens to McDonald's? I have a question. Use cooking oil. Do you know what happens? By the way, it's not just McDonald's, all the fast food chains. What doesn't get made into biodiesel gets sold to animal feed companies, and they mix into animal food blends. That's the fat that goes into in our pet food. If you don't know why your pet is sick, it's got toxic feeling, you're giving them French fries every day. But it is the French fries that have been using the same oil that's been used about the whole week, 10 times. All right? All right? And if not, it started as a restaurant cooking oil. Well, because USDA and is recognize the fact that vegetable oils and partially hydrogenated oils, aka trans fats, have been deemed as safe ingredients in the animal food industry for decades, and we are glad the FDA recognized the fact in its final determination today. So that's how our animals are fed, and we eat those, okay? And there's nothing wrong if I'm hungry, I haven't eaten for a week, and I can't afford, I get it. Just know that you gotta try to minimize. But if you're not, and you have a choice, don't, all right? And here's what vegetable oil is our problem, because the way you make your beef tallow, or called the beef fat or the lard, you just take the fat, you warm it up, you collect it, you let it cool down, done. Okay, that's saturated fat. For the oil, whether it's canola or olive oil or any kind of, not olive oil, that's supposed to be cold pressed, you have to degum, which is heating oil once, then you refine it, you heat it with, mix it with chemicals, then you bleach it, go through a bleaching plate, then you deodorize. Now that final deodorized step is very important, because otherwise it will smell just like engine oil. But that part, which is the final, which is heat at 500 degrees Fahrenheit, basically has been, for your convenience, pre-fried for you. That's why just not heating it doesn't mean anything. Okay? So, and you don't know why it has also glyphosate residue and is not tested for that. That's why we have issues. And once you oxidize, you convert that, what used to be essential fatty acids, polyunsaturated, into a problem. And this just shows you different seeds and different, sunflower is the worst. By the way, Romanians are big with this. This is how I grew up, on sunflower oil. Romania is the the biggest sunflower oil provider in Europe. It's a big deal, but it's actually the most poisonous in terms of omega-6. Soybean yield is the next, 50%. Corn is next. Sesame, no, we're not doing any better. Traditional Asian, oil either, or soybean. Soybean oil is also in the, where is that? I hear patients, everybody's worried about sorry, I'm blanking right now. I'm going to move on. Canola oil, it's actually healthier than the other oils. It's only 20% of this. But again, what's the problem? 20% from a lot is still a lot because it's oxidized. That's how they made it. Olive oil, you say I start to change the color towards green, is better, but you still have 15%. That's why you can't use it to fry with it. It's not any healthier. Palm oil, pork lard. Pork depends. If the pork was free-ranging and didn't eat the food, then that's a different story. Otherwise, it has that 15%. Now, the healthiest, if it's good quality, butter, coconut, and beef tallow, if you want to fry with it. Or coconut oil will be good as long as you have a good source. But I want to show you, this, and we can all argue about one or another, but we've done the other version, and we got 6. I would like for you to try the others, if you were to try any. And these are, choose wisely, healthy fats for heatless cooking, cold pressed, organic and raw, olive oil, avocado oil, coconut oil. For cooking with heat, it's actually better to stick with animal fat. Tallow, butter, ghee, or lard, okay? All right, at least it's saturated fat. It's I hope we got that going. All right, so what about veggie burgers? Healthy for you. Huge politics and huge economy behind. I mean, it's the same story with Crisco vegetable oil, okay? Not tested, proven because it's plant-based, that's going to improve the environment and it's going to improve our health. And the answer is we have 0 evidence for that. I am suspicious of anything that it says from now on plant-based. Okay? I'm very suspicious. And here I picked a nice version. If I were to eat one, I mean, it depends on the damage. You have to, limit the damage. So look, the avocado oil version, because again, avocados are fruit oils, and they only had 15% of those omega-6. It's healthier than if you have to have, or coconut version will be the same. And indeed, and I'm going to show you the numbers, how it looks like. So this doesn't look bad. I'll show you the numbers. All right. But let me compare, if I have a choice, a nice, steak. filet mignon or whatever you like. I don't care, New York, straight. And it looks, I'm comparing the numbers here so you can see, all right? Here is total fat. Let's read the labels. Total fat in the Beyond Burger is 22 grams minus, remember, look at what's not on the label. So get rid of what's on the label. 22 grams minus saturated fat, because that's neutral. It's how many grams? 22 minus 7, 15. 15 divided, and then I'm going to subtract the monounsaturated fat, which is 9, because that's okay, all right? So then we have polyunsaturated fat. Actually, they're honest here. They tell you how much polyunsaturated. It's 4 grams, which is 1 teaspoon of oil. So I still have 1 teaspoon of oil here. Not bad, all right? Then let me see how much of that oil, vegetable oils, I have in my meat. Polyunsaturated, 0.48, 10 times less, all right? And beef, even if you feed them the wrong food, actually they have 2 stomachs. Their bacteria metabolize those omega-6, so it's very difficult to get rid of the beef with a high polyunsaturated fat. So not that everything about beef meat is good. All I'm saying, if I were to look just at the omega-6 perspective, polyunsaturated fatty acids, beef meat is by far the best meat. What other? In other words, the rumivores. And then what if I use the other plant-based one, the one that it says no soy, no gluten, okay, but it's got canola oil is made from, because they come in different blends and different versions. And then, well, how much does this have? This is it's got, you see, now they stop, once it has canola oil, they don't show you anymore the polyunsaturated fats. Now you got to do the math yourself. So you're going to do 18, they're cheating. 18 minus 6, 12. 12 divided by 4, 3 teaspoons. So we move from 1 teaspoon with the avocado oil-based one or avocado-based to 3 teaspoons. Oh, now I have a problem. I have a problem with that. Why? Because 5 is smoking a pack of cigarettes, and 3 is smoking half a pack of cigarettes. Now, how many cigarettes do I want to smoke a day? I don't know. It's up to you how many you want. But you choose. Now, if I were to have this, I go to a burger place, and all they have is this versus God knows what kind of burger meat that I don't know about. Some patties there, they bought it frozen, and they just, in other words, not fresh meat. Probably I'll choose this, to be honest, okay? Because at least I know what's in it, okay? But if somebody says they're making fresh burger from fresh meat, this is how we make it, I go with that, okay? And as long as they don't use vegetable oils. All right, but that's what I'm trying to say. And if I were to, in anything that's on a package, just look there. Once it says seed oil in it, stay away from it. That's actually great. And sunflower and lecithin, and we can go through, and we never stop. But bottom line is, what I like is, we got 3-4 teaspoons of vegetable oil, a lot of sodium, and a lot of fats. Why? Look, names that you've never heard about. Okay? No, it should be meat, salt, pepper, maybe some butter if you absolutely insist. Done. Okay? All right. So yeah, I'm telling you to eat beef. Sorry. All right? And you can start with the ruminants, beef, deer, buffalo. You can find it. Sheep and lamb are the next actually best choice because they're grass-fed most of the time. Although the lamb, the sheep ones they get here, we don't have, in terms of milks, probably that's a better choice too. Because they feed them, grass. Probably goats are the best milk one can actually drink. Not only their casein, the protein from the goat milk, it's similar to ours, and we don't get allergic reactions, but also goats, we don't grow them for meat, right? So if you don't grow them for meat, we're going to feed them, we let them just free range, and they eat whatever they want, because we just need the milk. So it's more likely you're going to eat a healthy version. Anything else, when it says goat, cheese, whether it's mozzarella or whatever, that's much more likely they didn't poison them. Then pasture chicken, pasture is the next thing, but you want to say free range of any animal, ideally. That doesn't mean they don't give extra supplements, but it's a little better than the other. And then, of course, turkey is the least healthy meat. It's right next to chicken. Do you know why? Because they feed them the same way, with that oil that I was telling you about, to fatten up. Unless you catch a wild turkey and you got lucky and you hunted one illegally, then it's a different story. Okay? Anyway, so this is what I'm about to say. I had to, last time I presented this 2 weeks ago, at a small community church. They really, they said they really got frightened about what I'm saying. So now I'm making full disclosure here. Is the following may contain material that may be harmful or traumatizing to some audiences. Why? Because here's how I show you. I talk to you about how by itself frying polyunsaturated fats from vegetable oils are oxidants and cause diabetes and inflammation all over the body. But there's another compound here, and you see here, there's almost no fat in the original, and even if it is, once you fry it, you get to 20 grams, which is 100-fold higher, and it's oxidized, okay? So even if the fish had wonderful, good quality omega-3s, which was a gram, which is how many we take supplements. We take a gram twice a day. This is all you need, And the problem is once you fry it with vegetable oil, you replace that with oxidized, rancid, polyunsaturated omega-6s, and the omega-3s have been also neutralized and oxidized. So you have 5 to 100-fold more fat. Really, this is how French fries will convert them into bad fats. This is how chicken from what used to be meat and protein convert them into bad fats, and the same with the fish. But this is, and I'm not even looking at commercial available version of it, but the reason why I wanted to, there's one more chemical we need to pay attention to when we measure into this, particularly in the potato chips, or any chips whatsoever. Remember I was telling you, what's the definition of a chip making? It's a lot of vegetable oil and dry, high and dry. We know that's what creates the crispy part, right? But that's what oxidizes it, and that's what creates also these compounds called acrylamide and aldehydes, and there are some other being shown to cause colon cancer. But this is not a joke. When you actually measure it, are the same compounds that have been shown to cause lung cancer when you smoke cigarettes. And all the cancers are called, smoking cigarette doesn't cause just lung cancer. It causes prostate cancer, causes breast cancer, causes pancreatic cancer, bladder cancer, But this is the mechanism. This is the chemical, all right? The aldehydes acrylamide, and it's been published. So then let's measure how much is this one small portion of French fries, okay? And I'm talking about the clean, healthy version. You have brand new oil, never used before, and you just do it at home from 3, small size, from 1 or 2 or 3 potatoes. How much you get there? We get the equivalent of a pack of cigarettes when we measure it. This is not the oil that has been reused the whole week by a fast chain. This is just first time use, okay? That's a small portion of French fries. Published, Journal of Clinical Investigation, one of the serious journals we have. If it's there, this is it, okay? So, and that's what I need you to remember from now on, each time you eat anything fried, and this is a small part. Now, of course, you have the right to do anything you like to. I just want you to be informed. So then you don't get surprised why you're sick. That's all. All right? I'm not saying it's cumulative. And it's cumulative and does depend on how long you allow between this for your liver to deal with it, and depending whether you have diabetes or not, or fatty liver or not. If I don't have fatty liver, I'm 15 years old, I can eat 3 of those a day for a week. But if I already have diabetes or fatty liver, even half of it could put me in the hospital. It depends. All right? And then the summary slide is really scared. This is what I want you to remember. Each time you have, this is freshly squeezed orange juice that has 8 teaspoons of sugar. Okay? This is freshly squeezed. You did it yourself. You made your own juice, or you did the smoothie. Why? You killed the fiber that was there to protect you from the sugar, so it's food for your own bacteria. And you just kill the fiber when you do the smoothie or the juice. I'm not talking about commercial available orange juice, which is way higher than that. And then you are that fructose from that is being just fresh. It's like you just let the criminal outside of the jail, okay? It's just gonna go and hit your mitochondria in the liver. It's gonna cause you fatty liver. It's dose dependent, anything over 6 teaspoons a day, and it's seen by the liver just the same as alcohol. Exactly the same free radicals, the same aldehyde, disrupts the mitochondrial function is the same. So each time you think you have a glass of freshly squeezed oranges juice, you are having 2 shots of bourbon from liver perspective, okay? Or vodka, whichever you like. I don't have a preference. All right, it's the same with a teaspoon of raisin, dry fruits, 1 teaspoon of raisins, 8 teaspoons of sugar. That's why we like them. Please don't make the mistake to think dry fruits are healthy, okay? Maybe one from time to time in yourself, but not the whole package. So this is what we do to our kids every day. Only thing, it's all good. We're good parents. No, we're not. And then we add to that, next to the orange juice, the French fries, the pancakes, you know, with the maple syrup, or just a little fruit juice. That's just fruit juice, what you see there. The same 8 teaspoons of sugar. So then we combine together, and they actually work just like alcohol. And now you don't need to memorize the words, but I promise you, they're identical substances. The alcohol, the fructose, and the vegetable oil, the omega-6s, are metabolized to oxidize this bacterial glycs. MGO is from fructose, acetaldehyde is from alcohol, oxidated linoleic acid is the same. They accumulate in your cells, and they create that smoke and that rusting of the cells that tells the cells, time to grow, time to, we have too much, let's divide, let's, grow. It's the same thing. So now, each time you think you have, and with time it causes actually DNA mutations both in mitochondria and in your nucleus, and that's how it's the first stage actually towards cancer. So now each time you have a glass of orange juice and you give it to your kids and you give them a portion of French fries, think you just gave them to smoke a pack of cigarettes and 2 glass shots of bourbon. That's for breakfast. Or pancakes with maple syrup, Now, you can say, I'm all just making this up and ignore everything I say. Fine, good luck to you. Or you can take it seriously and try to relay this message to your kids one way or another. And no, it's not going to work because you already exposed them to that. 20% are addicted to that. So it's not going to work first day. It's not going to work the second day. But I promise you, after a year, and once they start growing up, they will remember and they will change. So it's hard to undo those habits, but works. I promise you, I've been doing that. So now last but not least, myth so I specialize in congestive heart failure and high blood pressure, right? So what I tell you was bad from your food that causes high blood pressure and congestive heart failure, and I need to give you a diuretic for. It is the sodium, right? And you can go back in this channel I have 17 years ago. I had 20-minute lecture just about sodium, how to restrict that. I was so self-confident, just like I am right now, okay? And I kept telling, well, this is how you measure. Look at the sodium, look at the label, make sure it's less than 100 grams per serving. Well, research in the last few years has shown that, yes, sodium causes water retention and contributes to this high blood pressure and congestion. But what causes the sodium to stay in our body after you eat it is actually the sugar and the fructose that converts from spikes like this to eventually pre-diabetes and diabetes. So actually, it's the ongoing issue of developing diabetes that causes insulin resistance. Insulin then is telling, together with fructose, is telling our kidney to retain the sodium. Why? Because the channels for fructose are the same, work together with the channels for sodium. They go together. You cannot absorb fructose without sodium, and you cannot absorb sodium without fructose. So once you get one in, you get the other one. And that's just pure mechanism how we get in our system. And the reason is because they are evolutionarily designed to have that to prevent us from dehydration and from starvation. That's why we have that. They come together. But separate, once fructose causes, and once you get the diabetes and insulin resistance, then insulin does the same thing, upregulate these channels, and you even want more of that, and you retain more. So that's what it is. So I'm asking you not to pay attention to when you have congestion, when I have to give you diuretics, you have high blood pressure. Look at diabetes, your diabetes, what's happening with, and look at your sugar intake, what's happening, because sugar attracts salt that attracts water, not just the sodium. So, we actually, once again, what are drugs good for? To prove a mechanism. And we have a drug that does exactly like same. Makes our kidney get rid of both sugar and salt. I know because half of you are on it. I put you on. You know which one is that? Farxiga, Jardiance. That's what it does. I'm telling your kidney to override that if you have diabetes or if you have heart failure, and get rid of the sugar and the salt, fructose in particular. And that's why we tell you, we don't know how it works. It's been used for diabetes in the past. Now we use it for heart and kidney protection in heart failure or kidney disease. But we know how it works. Actually, just nobody dares to talk about that. All right? It's anti-sugar and anti-salt. So finally, your kidney in your body gets a break so it doesn't get inside the cells, which then contributes to the problem. Okay? Stay out of it. All right? So we know that. And yeah, there's, last but not least, this is the mechanism how, this is my turkey. I make a very good turkey, I promise you that. 6 hours low cooking. Yes, I do some browning. I like that creme brulee that you see there. This is the reason why we like this. It's called sweet fat. What do we need for the sweet? It's sugar, whether it's brown sugar or honey, it don't matter. What do we need for fat? A lot of times it's okay if you use butter, but if you use vegetable oil, we got a problem. Remember, turkey comes with its own vegetable oils. If you was fed that way, it don't matter, it's there. And then we're gonna heat it up at high temperature. What happens when you heat that up? Well, we create this, the browning that we so much enjoy, the taste and the smell for, is actually oxidized fructose, oxidized, omega-6s and glucose. Helps a lot with the taste. We are primed to do that. But once you do that, you age your proteins once they get into the system. It's called, actually, I don't know how this term came about on the science world. We call it advanced glycation end products, all right, which is a chemical term, but it also is aging literally what is doing to our proteins in our body. And, we have a substance that we measure every day. If you have diabetes, it's called hemoglobin 1C. That's actually just a measure of your oxidative, stuff and how much fried food and how much vegetable and sugar intake you have in your diet. I see it in your bloodstream by measuring the hemoglobin 1C. All right, and that's why we're already concerned. Oh, your diabetes is not controlled. Your hemoglobin 1C is high, and that's an average of 3 months. Well, that means you're aging very fast, and not just your heart, your brain. You'll get Alzheimer's. You'll get cancers. Everything. That's why we try to do anything to try to lower that. And then, yeah, it's rusting, because that's nothing but rusting of your proteins in your body, and it's aging us, all right? But believe it or not, the biggest problem, all right, is not the fried food, is the chips, sorry. When we actually measure those guys, they're 3 times more per gram. And I told you why. Why? Eat high and dry. That's what it does. Okay? So stay away from those. You want to have some, fried chicken from time to time, but please, then you got 3 months of no chips. Okay? That's important. Why? Everybody, we go and we're worried how our skin looks like when you get old. Well, that's, the aged products are the ones that causes this too. You don't need to go in the sun for this. You just need to eat your French fries. And then we try all different kinds of tricks for the skin. By the way, it's funny because every treatment they use so that skin looks wonderful, and they say, well, prevents skin anti-aging and all that. That's actually, they use the same vegetable oils. Actually, it makes it look good, but then it's aging the skin much faster. There is no free ride. I'm sorry. Talk about not just advertisement or propaganda. It's very simple. Anything that they tell you to do, if they say this is for your own health, and it's advertised like that, stay away from that. Because it will be anything but that. Okay? All right. So, just so you have an idea, it's aging your skin. And why? Because, you got the food. I got my meat there, and then I start to heat it up and fry it, or you got your kale, they became chips. You destroy your natural antioxidants, which were there to protect against heat and everything. You destroy your omega-3s, which are essential for our brain and our heart. We oxidize the protein by the sugar and by those vegetable oils. Basically, we rust, and then we're hungrier, and appetite goes up. It's like no escape. This is just showing you what happens when we measure these age levels. And this is beef version. It doesn't matter whether it's burger, fried food, the Frankfurter, pizza. Of course, gold standard. Everybody knows pizza is not good for you. But this is why it's not good. You oxidize your protein. In other words, you're not eating the proteins. You're not eating the fats. You are eating rusty version of it, which our body will accumulate, and it cannot deal with it. That's all. It's just different. I know that's what we like, but I'm just saying. All right? And this is the chicken version. No different. The worst is the barbecue, of course. Twice worse than any fried food. Okay? Barbecue.
Sure.
But why?
So,
What's the barbecue sauce? Yeah, you see, the chef knows. It's barbecue sauce. What is it? Sugar and vegetable oil. That's what it is. And boy, it's drowning in it. Every 5 minutes you put more. Okay? That's why. So I'm sorry. I don't know. I'll have that maybe for 4th of July once a year, but that's it. Yeah. And I do, actually, because you got to celebrate. So the highest age level per gram of food was found in things that we see: crackers, chips, cookies, granola bars. All right? And there is a way how you can cook your meat to try to, and at higher temperature. And you can pre-marinate your meat or your fish with lemon juice. I prefer lemon juice or vinegar. This is just taste. It's up to you. For about 15-20 minutes, allows the spices to go in and it's more flavor, but also protects you from that oxidation. Half of it is not, it's going to be half as bad. But it's way better. But if you lower the temperature at 300 degrees, it's going to be almost as good as the best cooking you can do. Okay? Just don't heat over 350 or 400 degrees. That's when you start to have those extra cancer substances, okay? And, you're going to love the lemon. When we say Mediterranean diet, it's actually Mediterranean-style cooking. That's how Greeks cook, or the ones who live. They use the lemon juice with their olive oil to marinate and cook at lower temperature. And so it's not just the food, when we say Mediterranean food, but it's like Mediterranean style of cooking. I can tell you, Greeks, if you go and visit them, they'll laugh at us how we interpret Mediterranean diet for them. They really love it. That's not what we do. Completely different ingredients. We say, well, the Greeks eat feta cheese and goat cheese. True, they do quite a bit. But their goats go up the mountain and they eat only a lot of just grass and special, actually, wild plants. They have a lot of actually omega-3s and antioxidants. Extremely healthy, very powerful. Their goats don't eat the same our goats eat. The same with the sheep and the same with everything else. Not even talk about how they make their olive oil. Okay, all right. Last but not least, I promise I'll clarify to you this cholesterol problem. Okay, this is why you should never ever worry about that you're eating too much cholesterol in your diet. It's not the cholesterol that is the problem. Okay, here's why. We have the bad cholesterol is the LDL. Okay, it's true, and you don't want to be higher than 100. But within LDL, ideally, we want to look at there are two different kinds of particles. There's a large, what we call buoyant LDL, and there's a small dense particle, and that's the oxidized. It's called highly oxidized LDL or small dense LDL. And there are ways how to sort that out. You'll have to do a special test that nobody does. We just do the cumulative total LDL, what you see in the regular blood test. I can order it for certain patients if they ask, I do it. I don't need to do it because there is a surrogate test that we have that I'll tell you about it that we don't need to. But bottom line, 80% of your LDL is the large, and it's fine. It's loaded with saturated fat. It's loaded with this ApoB100, which is the receptor that circulates and gives cholesterol and triglycerides to the whole body. No problem with that. That's actually the LDL that's affected by our cholesterol pill, by statins, and by what we call Repatha or PCSK9 inhibitors. And indeed, most of the beneficial effects are from lowering that. But the problem is the other one, the small dense LDL. Why? Because the small dense LDL, it's oxidized. Okay, so I already taught you what's an oxidized component or protein in our body. It's you oxidize the proteins, which is glycated, or you oxidize your cholesterol. Well, the source of the protein is glycated. In other words, the ApoB, it's on this small dense LDL. It's oxidized by the glucose, by the fructose, and these are fructose and glucose. You see, fructose is 7 times more oxidized or more rusting from the orange juice than the glucose, and the metabolic product of fructose, which is methyl glyoxal, is 250-fold higher. That's why we need to stay away from sugar, because basically it just converts our whole body into a rusting engine, not just in the liver, but everywhere, in the bloodstream, and then it starts rusting your cholesterol particles. But before, because we measure cholesterol particles, say, oh, cholesterol is the one that's the bad guy. No, cholesterol just needs to be transported. We need the cholesterol for all our cell membranes. Actually, less than 2% of all cholesterol is in the bloodstream. Our cells make. The brain doesn't see any of this. Brain makes its own cholesterol. Okay? So whatever we do, that we say, oh, cholesterol from food is going to do this. No, cholesterol from food is going to do this. If I feed in the same time sugar that will oxidize the protein that carries the cholesterol, which is ApoB. Why is that? Because if I oxidize that protein, it won't know to go back to the liver, so I can clear it out from the circulation. And then it hangs around until eventually gets small, dense, and eventually gets into our arteries, into our brain, and everything else. And then the second is if cholesterol comes with vegetable oils, that linoleic acid is oxidized. It's called HNE. We measure it actually in the atherosclerotic plaques in humans and animals. And what happens is cholesterol binds to this linoleic acid. It's oxidized. Then the oxidized linoleic acid passes the free radical to cholesterol. Now cholesterol gets oxidized. Now cholesterol is a bad cholesterol. But we do not know if that cholesterol came from food or came just because you had diabetes or you ate too much French fries. It's hard to know. All right. All I know is the only fat that gets oxidized is not the butter-based fat. Okay, it's the one that comes from chips or the vegetable oils. That's all I know. Sorry. See, so the coconut oil, ghee, the butter is saturated fat that cannot oxidize to oxidize the actual cholesterol and convert it into a real bad cholesterol. All right, and it's only the vegetable oil. Why? Because that's the source of my linoleic acid. Okay? All right? And it gets oxidized. So then you say, well, okay, why don't we just separate these LDLs into the really, like you said, particle A and B, and tell me my B particles in my small? I don't need to. Because we have, with the cholesterol, with the LDL comes also, we call it the good, the bad, and the ugly. The bad is the LDL, the good is the HDL, and the bad is the triglycerides. And all you need to know that you have small dense LDL and you're towards diabetes and fatty liver is to look at this ratio between triglycerides and HDL. If it's more than 2.5, then you have the really bad LDL cholesterol that's cooking and burning there. Easy. We have it there. Now, doctors don't know that, I can tell you, 99%. I've been trying to teach the same lecture to our residents. It's not in our guidelines. The guidelines stay away from this. Why? It's very simple. We try to, and I don't blame why the doctor guidelines don't say that, because they want to do evidence-based medicine. So what happens? We had drugs to try to just lower the triglycerides. That's called Tricor. And it didn't do anything to prevent the heart attacks. We tried to have drugs to increase, improve this ratio, go up on the HDL. We had to stop the trials because there was worse mortality. In other words, these are a marker of a disease. They're not the cause of the disease. If you just want to change your triglyceride and HDL, you need to look into what's causing this, which is the wrong food. Fried food, vegetable oils, and sugar. Once they are converted into liver is going to spit them out. It tells that out, but once they are in the bloodstream, there's nothing I can do about it. I can play as much game, try to lower and increasing them. That's not what the problem is. The only way you can change this for real is with food, because that's what's the beginning. All right? So, hope this is useful. And the last part that really matters, I show you how sweet fat can, as once you heat it up, can cause you coronary disease, liver, diabetes. But now, what about the brain? I want to fix this. Well, it's got a problem. The assault of these foods on the brain is even worse. That's why it's so hard to give it up. All right? But just know that our brain, you like it so much, and you want it so much, more and more, because you just ate and you're hungry again. Why? Because the brain just said, hey, you fooled me. There's no food here. That's not food. That's why we're hungry again. It's actually not food for the brain. All right? Because our brain is designed to be sensitive to these two chemicals, sugar and omega-6s, so we don't have starvation ever. All right? This is a bumblebee. All right? Bumblebees, they store only for 2 days, actually, honey. All right? Because the queen of the bumblebee can go into hibernation. A regular our household bees are the ones who actually store the whole winter. And the question is, why do they even store sugar or honey? Well, half of the honey is fructose. So they store fructose. Why? Because once they have to eat their own honey, they eat fructose. What does fructose do? What do they do for a living to find food? They forage. So fructose stimulates our brain to forage, literally. And actually, to the point that you ignore the danger. It's actually designed, the sugar is designed for us to want more and go look around for things and ignore even if it's dangerous because it's essential so we don't die starving. But that's why we lose our mind. Our judgment centers say, wait, once you put anything sweet in your mouth, you will not stop eating that food. And you don't even think about it. There is no will if you have it around you. I don't have a will either. Right now, if you show me that creme brulee that I like and it's right here, well, I'm giving a lecture, I'm going to eat it. There is no stopping. The only time will comes is if you clean your house and your environment from toxic food. Then you have will, because you're not going to go, if you don't have it in the fridge, you're not going to go 12 me like a lunatic to shop for it. It's just too much effort. We are comfortable, human beings. But these even bees, they only use the sugar, the fructose from the honey to tell them, hey, we're getting empty here, go and find food. That's the signal for starvation. Otherwise, they would not store it, even for bees. All right? This is a bumblebee in my backyard, just so you know. All right? So, basically, fructose effects on brain, it's addiction, we lose our mind, and long-term, actually, is designed to increase our visual cues, reduce our willpower, and especially recent memory. I mean, it's probably, I would say with 80% confidence, is the #1 cause of Alzheimer's in this country, and probably in any country, okay? That's exactly what I'm telling you here. That's exactly what Alzheimer is, because it's every day for the rest of our life until we hit 70 or 80. And we have actually mechanism, we know a lot. We just haven't done the experiments. We can't afford to take somebody who's 20 or 30, follow them for 50 years. This guy eats just once a week sugar and the other guys eat every day and see what happens. We can't afford. Nobody will do it because it's, oh, wait a minute, eating sugar all the time, we know it's bad for you. Why would I do that to myself? But that's what it is. And 15% of us are addicted. And what causes our addictions? Fructose, chemicals, signals. They send little text messages to our brain, to our liver, to our cell. MSG, what's G stand for? Glutamate, the most exciting substance in our brain. All right? But if you release too much, it actually kills the neurons. That's why addiction is always associated with that. Sugar-free sweeteners, there is no free ride with sweeteners, I told you. Even if you have one that doesn't have sweeteners, it will have the coloring thing, the yellow, whatever, that is there for a purpose. Vegetable, birds or not, these guys release your dopamine the moment you hit the palate and it's sweet. It's going to release not only dopamine, so you want more, but it's going to release insulin too. So even if you didn't eat anything that has sugar in it, your insulin is released. Hey, storage, time to store. So then you eat anything with it, then that goes into storage. That's the signal is now. So and it's a major problem. Remember, 12% of the kids, 15% of adults in this country are addicted. Free will is an illusion. People always choose the perceived path of greatest pleasure. And in other words, if you have it there, you're going to go for it. The only way you can protect yourself, don't have it around you. You can start with the house. Last time, 2 weeks ago, I went to a small community church. And the #2 place, at least with my patients and for me, it's at church. Food that we eat at the church. I always say, if you cannot cook healthy, whole foods, don't bring food to the church, or it's just bring some fruits and some carrots. That means you are actually kind to the people around you and yourself, better than to bring junk food. Because you haven't been eating a whole night, you pray for the next 2 hours, your mind goes crazy, and you are not going to stop eating after that. It's a setup for failure. And then after you clean the church, and by the way, after this, they did, okay? After you clean the church, then you go for the next. I try to clean in our nurses' station, our food. In general, it works when I'm not there. And even if I'm not there, even if I'm there, you know, my wife works in the neighbor department, the device engineer clinic. I say, don't worry, they come to our place, okay? So it's difficult. I mean, it's a serious addiction. So I stopped nagging or saying anything, because the truth is, our workplace is number 2 place where we get the wrong food after our home. That's how we spend 80–90% of our time. And God forbid you're a chef. I don't want to even think about that, how complicated it is. Because the customer wants what the customer wants, right? You got to give them what they want. So it's a problem. So basically, just remember, just because you think your taste and your mouth is going to dictate what's food, it doesn't matter. It's our mitochondria that determine your health, disease, longevity, and what's happening. While your brain, you think, decides what we eat and exercise, but our mitochondria determine our fate based on what we feed them and how we use them. Okay? All right? So, yeah, sweeteners, I'm sorry, but if it says 0, stay away from it. There is nothing 0 about it. I can show you how to look at it, but bottom line is artificial sweeteners do the same as regular fructose and sugar. Hijack your reward center and encourage sugar craving and sugar dependence. They also release insulin and eat more and make you gain weight. The 0 part has 0 anything. Ain't nothing 0 about it. Okay? It does exactly the same thing. I know I'm coming close to an end of the time that I had allocated. Oh, I forgot there's one more. See this. Say, well, Dr. Sorescu, I admit I'm addicted to sugar. I can't seem to get rid of it. What other replacement can I have? And there's a new buzz about a new sweetener called allulose. I am not promoting nor advertising. However, there are 2 serious scientists who they think it looks like fructose, but it's actually neutral. It actually blocks the glucose production. It's called allulose. And I'm not saying you should do it, but those who are truly addicted and for a month they want to get rid completely of the sugar, they can try to use this allulose-based sweetener as an intermediate step to get rid of the addiction part from the sugar, and then eventually come off that too. It's only 75% of the sweetness of glucose. It actually is the only one shown not to raise your glucose after, from meat. I think the data for humans, we don't have enough, but if there was one that I would pick that seemed to have a better outcome at this point, seemed to be this. I would say it's not really studied well, but you're addicted, and we know, and you tried 3 weeks cold turkey and it's not working. All right, it's still better to go back than sugar. Have this. That's what I'm saying. And you put 2 teaspoons into your coffee. If there is no other way, you try it and it doesn't work to get rid of sugar. All right? And that's how I would use it. And, recently, this is last week, Dr. Mark Hyman, who is the head of functional medicine and nutrition at Cleveland Clinic, wrote this editorial with another colleague of his from Stanford, Dr. Goodman. And, he wrote, it's time to treat sugar like cigarettes. All right, we've done that with cigarettes. And it took about 30 years after we started to put down the label to change our habits and get the laws. And it really actually showed that it's, we used to have this Camel cigarettes campaign in the 40s. I'll show you pictures. But bottom line, the idea is that we actually know now, we have evidence sugar is 8 times more addictive than cocaine. So we know it's like, if I'm addicted to something, it's not my fault that I'm addicted because nobody told me. All right, I understand that. But once you know you're addicted, then you're going to have to take a completely different approach to deal with an addiction like that. Like if I was addicted to heroin or alcohol, I'm going to have to be for 3 weeks, 4 weeks off completely, and I can't touch it. It's a completely different story than if you just like it a little bit and you can use it. And 20% of us are completely addicted, so you have to treat it as an addiction. 80% is the same with alcohol. 80% of us are not, and it's easier for 80% of us like me. It wasn't a big deal. There are plenty of us who are not, so then I would like for you to recognize if you are, and then start approaching, okay, this is cocaine. How am I, if I were to be addicted to cocaine or heroin, how would I, and I really want to come off this, how would I approach this? You have to go cold turkey for 4 weeks. You have to not have it around you, and don't go anywhere. You're going to have to deal completely different. And it gets better. It's fixable. But anyway, he offered So actually, the general surgeon, a few weeks ago, posted or tried to add the label that sugar is as bad as cigarettes for causing cancer, diabetes, or you name it. It's harmful for you, in a nutshell. I don't know if we'll go that far with what I just said. And of course, the FDA has to post it and wait for 6 months comments from everybody first before it's going to implement the law. And of course, immediately the U.S. lobbying against this front of package change, they say, enjoying feeling, we're going to sue you guys, particularly the cereal guys. Okay, fine. Because, I don't know, it's just, I guess, it's bad to do something healthy and people be aware. It's the best kept secret by food industry. I mean, really, if you were each and every one of us, if I could give this lecture to 330 million people are in this country, it would be a major problem. Because while it may not change right away what we do, little by little we're going to change. We're going to just stop at one point buying this stuff. And, just so you know, we didn't get to this for nothing. These were the kind of advertisements they were doing in the 30s and 40s, okay? Sugar in a reducing diet. Actually, eating a little sugar cuts your appetite. That's what they were telling us back then. Can be the willpower you need to undereat. This is not a joke, all right? And then here we're advertising for cigarettes. Doctors were smoking Camel, and this, in the 40s, all right? And so, but now we got much more subtle with that. Here's how we are. This is the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, which is the largest 100,000 dietitians from the whole country and world meet in Chicago every year. All right, this was this year, over 100,000 people. This is an article from Washington Post. Okay, so this research presented there. And so what? Just because General Mills present research doesn't mean they're not correct. Here's what they said and what they found. They have a survey that they funded that it's about food shaming. Food shaming is defined as making people feel bad about what they eat. So the company said the research showed food shaming led to lower self-esteem. If I tell you that, don't eat cereals, and you're not going to see me buying cereals because I don't know what you're going to judge me about when you see that. I get it. And it's a real deal, particularly if you are young. Maybe women are more sensitive than men. I don't know. It could be. Let me take that for, as an idea. And more likely, why? Because it got them upset because people are more likely to avoid the cereal aisle, okay? Because I said, don't eat cereals. So then they are doing everything they can to prevent that from happening. Food shaming, all right? Okay, this is how they are doing it. Right? These are a bunch of young nutritionists and dietitians line up with a big bowl of cereals. They go all the way up the top. They go all the way down sliding into a cereal bowl. That's how they're fixing the food shaming. All right? All right? And for those, I will say this. Look, bread is sugar, rice is sugar, pasta is sugar, cereal is sugar. Cereal is sugar. Oh, I said that twice. Yes, cereal is sugar. There's nothing else in it. Okay? And that's what it is. And yes, white potatoes, white starch is the problem. Yeah. Have you ever seen an advertisement and creating having to sponsor, God knows, $10 million conference for this? Have you ever seen this? We don't need it. We all know what it is. So if it has a health label on it, don't eat that because it's propaganda. And it's a problem because once you expose your kids to every breakfast has to be cereal. This is what the studies are showing now. Childhood and adolescent obesity and long-term cognitive consequences during aging. Western diet causes now long-term memory damage for the growing brains. So are having issues, permanent cognitive impairment in kids. Subtle, not the ones that you can figure. But then they try to go to college and they don't know why they can't go further. And then not only that, but it changes their behavior. So see, you move. I told you fructose is there. If you expose from time to time, is there to make you curious and go foraging for food. But if you're exposed every day, 8 times a day, because we eat 3 meals and 5 snacks, okay, that's the exactly opposite. Your brain is exhausted, it gets insulin resistant, oxidation, and it actually makes you not want and care for anything. You have no energy. It changes their behavior, and you'll see them. All they do, they're just stuck to their little devices. They have no interest going outside or playing. and it changes their behavior for a long time. So they have difficulty adopting healthy eating behaviors, and it's going to get actually very difficult. Feeding our kids healthy food is becoming extremely difficult. You can't undo that once you do that every day. So that's what I'm going to tell to when people are telling me, and research, food industry research is telling me about food shaming. Well, tell that to those kids and those parents who have to deal with those kids later on. And I like this quote from Audre Lorde, who was a fantastic poet in the 70s, who noticed that she had breast cancer, and she refused to actually get a breast implant because he says, I need people to research why this happened to me, and I need them to know. And I said, I have come to believe that caring for myself is not self-indulgent. Caring for myself, it's an act of survival. And caring starts with food that you eat. So here is my quote for when we talk about food shaming. What food we eat is not a matter of taste or guilt or shame. It is a matter of long-term survival and quality of life. One must make an informed choice of what matters to them. You want to eat your French fries and your burger every day? It's fine with me. But I would like to make sure first you know what we're talking about. And then you can do whatever you like. That's okay. All right? And we need to start avoiding toxic food. And because what cooking actually made us human. Turns out when we moved from gorilla, which are pure vegans, to our brain, 3 times bigger brain, we actually started to eat animal carcasses. But to eat those, we had be able to digest those. We started to discover fire, and we started to cook. So with cooking is actually changed our brain and made us humans over 6 million years. We needed that. But overcooking and ultra-processing now, actually we have evidence that causes dementia. For those who eat 20% of their food intake, we have 28% faster decline in your cognitive part. And this is what is done to us. And overcooking or ultra-process is reversing that. We need to go back cooking. How many of us cook every day? No, less than 20%. But, well, you may. Yes, I know. That's your job description. So, but bottom line is the effect on the brain is even bigger, and we don't know. As goes the body, so does the brain. It's actually a slide from Dr. Georgia Ede, who is a nutritional psychiatrist that's trained at Harvard. There's a phenomenal book. Pretty much what I show you happens with the fatty liver. It happens the same in the brain. And, the biggest problem we have, depression went up the same way. Number 1 cause of disability in the world right now. Serious anxiety or psychiatric illnesses such as bipolar and schizophrenia. Dementia, number 7 cause of death in the world. Remember, it's diabetes of the brain, 80%. They all come together. And yes, you could choose to say, meat is everything. That's fine. You could do that. And you can be pure vegan, which is fine. It's a personal choice. Just know that our brain is not designed for that, because plants have these inhibitors that blocks our actually vitamins and metals absorption. They are supposed to hold this, like protease inhibitor, oxalates, tannins, phytates. It reduces your goitrogens, that stops your iodine. The plant is supposed to hold that because that's food for them, okay, when they grow. And if you eat that by itself, it's in grains, beans, nuts, and seeds, all right? It's phytic. And so vegan diet, especially ultra-processed, tend to be lower in brain nutrients. Plants produce anti-nutrients that are anti-nutrients for us because it prevents those absorption, but it's designed to keep their nutrients for themselves to grow. And again, this is from Dr. Georgia Ede, and this is an example, zinc. Zinc is absolutely necessary for our brain function. It's actually the main metal that's present in that superoxide dismutase that neutralizes the free radicals I was telling you about. And oysters are the biggest source of zinc. It's amazing. You can eat basically 10 oysters and you have enough zinc for 6 months. But not if you have them with black beans or with corn tortillas. Nothing gets into your system because the plant inhibitors bind your zinc and it doesn't get absorbed. So eat them by themselves, not with the beans or not with the corn tortillas. All right, and indeed, if you were to compare vegans with omnivores, and the zinc inadequacy is less likely to be in omnivores compared to vegans. Iron deficiency, Major problem with women, I don't have to tell you, but turns out our brain needs iron. You know, what's the number one symptom of somebody who got iron deficiency anemia? Anxiety. You can't sleep at night. You don't know what's happening. And all you did, you're just a woman who's trying to eat healthy. And you lost, obvious, 3 years of menstruation blood and iron. So it's important, all right? And by all means, I'm not discouraging you from being vegan. All I'm saying is, if you're vegan, I need to know, because I'm going to have to ask you to do some supplements here. That's all. So whether we like it or not, brain health favors pre-agricultural whole foods. That's just that, okay? And not only that, but one essential fatty acids, the omega-3s, do not come from vegan products, no matter how hard you try. They're deficient, particularly when we divide omega-3s in EPA and DHA. DHA is for the brain, always lower in vegetarians or vegans. And again, this is not my ideas. These are one of her research, Dr. Georgia Eid. I highly recommend everybody to read this book. It's in your booklet at the end. Don't worry about it. Everything is there. Change your diet, change your mind. Just came out in January. I read it. And basically remember that this, even if you eat your fish, but if you fry it or you heat it up at high temperature, you're going to inactivate. Why do we need this EPA and DHA? We need to eat our fish and maybe our meat, and it doesn't come from so much from the vegan products like flax seeds. We don't convert that. It's linoleic, which is omega-3. That will take some time to get all the way to this. But bottom line, we need that because you need to eat the fish, the marine fish, which they don't make in themselves, like salmon, or they eat algae. So farm fish will not have it unless they are fed algae. No, they are fed the same food like our chicken, and so you can't really count on the farm fish. You need to go on the marine one. They eat algae, and why? Turns out you need this omega-3 DHA to just have a brain. A third of our brain is that. Any electrical transmission and neuron connections requires the DHA. It's our main way how we signal the cells with each other. It's a semiconductor. Actually, the way we see, the DHA on our retinal cells gets activated, and then it triggers us a symbol so we can see. It's absolutely essential. So you see DHA, and there's a ratio between the omega-3 and 6. Everything that's bad for the brain and the eye, for example, advanced macular degeneration, which is an age-related condition, it's always, you're going to see the biggest risk factors, high ratio of omega-6 to omega-3s. That means the higher the omega-6, the higher your vegetable oil intake and the vegetable, the more and the less fish you ate, the more likely you're going to go blind, but also get Alzheimer's. It's the same. But there's more. What about children? Here's the problem with the children. They are more likely to get autism too. If the mom has not eaten enough of that omega-3s, big risk factor for autism for your kid. And also, not only that, but and really autism is a little more complicated. We're finally getting to the bottom of what's causing it. The number one, there is a genetic predisposition, comes from the mom's mitochondrial DNA actually. Why? Because boys are 4 times more likely than girls to get autism, so clearly there's something going on there. But by itself won't express unless you also have very little, and your mom has a lot of ultra-processed food that I mentioned. In other words, less iron, less nutrients, less omega-3s, more vegetables, more fast food, more sugar. And that activates the genetic background. They could have been wrong mitochondrial DNA. But this is as close as it gets in terms of theory, including those pellets and plasticides that I was telling you has been associated. Look at the autism here. It's the same curve I show you for cardiovascular disease and cancer and Alzheimer's. Non-existent. And the same for AMD, advanced macular degeneration, blindness, the main cause of blindness in elderly. Okay? Non-existent until we introduce ultra-processed food. And boom, now everybody's scared, and huge stress for the parents. Trust me, I have it in family and I know what that is. Okay? But, and then it's going to be very difficult to get that child to eat healthy. But it does the same thing. Our brain if we start frying the food and you get the sugar, destroys your natural antioxidants, the processed food destroys the omega-3s, oxidizes the protein, causes rusting of your brain, increases, makes you hungry and have high appetite. All right, but if you want to absolutely make sure you're going to eat something that will make you not have a heart attack. I don't know, how many of you had heart attacks before? Oh, we have a couple of hands. Good. Do you want to know for sure you will never, you want to do something that will make sure that you will never have a heart attack again? Would you like to know the secret? So here's, we did this study, and it was not a drug study, okay? It was a Mediterranean study. It was called the Lion study. This was done in the 80s. It was published, in 1994 in Lancet. It's absolutely largely ignored by all doctors, okay? And it's ignored, why? Because that was before we had drugs. So how would I know this? If I put you on a cholesterol pill, this all will be zero effects. I beg to differ. And the reason is, basically, it's a Mediterranean diet in a French study that was in South France. And they showed that if you put somebody on Mediterranean diet, but again, if you are in Europe, you know how to do Mediterranean diet. If you're not in Europe, no, you don't know how to do it. You think you know, but you don't. There's nobody who will teach you that. You have to go there, find out, or you can listen to me, I can teach you how to do it, or I can give you some good sources. But I'm saying is, you have to do it the right way. But anyway, and it improved, 3 out of 4 have not had a heart attack after that. Just to have an idea. And that tells you that you're actually fixing the cause of causes the heart attack. Why? Because with drugs, with high-intensity statin therapy, I give you high-dose atorvastatin, or I give you the Repatha, and I try to drop that LDL below 50, which is the standard therapy, and I'm going to offer it, all right? I can only fix 25% of these heart attacks. But with this, according to this study, I could fix 75%. So what did they do? Well, they improved that omega-6 to 3 ratio. In other words, they cut the vegetable part, increased the omega-3 to fish from 19 to 14.4, and then they they went up on olive oil, avocado oil. They ate lots more marine fish. They had 20% more fruits and vegetables and leafy greens, equivalent of a pound a day. So I know my patients know, I insist, you should start your lunch or your dinner with a pound of salad a day. A pound, not a leaf, the BLT. Now you see the difference in the Mediterranean diet, in the American diet. We have BLT, they have Mediterranean Greek salad. Different, okay? So big difference. And there, of course, they cut the deli meat, the processed meat. Why? Because it comes with omega-6, because the animals were fed that way. And they get oxidized. And of course, cut the sugar, they don't, all right? And if you do those together, then we switch from the pro-inflammatory omega-6 to anti-inflammatory omega-3. Of course, you got to keep it very low with these guys, all right? But they are low sodium. No, they are high everything, all right? Please, all right? And here's how we know. If I can fix your omega-3, that you have a high level of omega-3 in your red blood cells, then I know for a fact you'll never have a heart attack. At least that's what the data show. There are no absolutes in what we have. But here's, for example, the risk of sudden death or heart attack, and this was published in the New England Journal. If your omega-3 index, that means we can measure, it's a simple test, you can order it from Amazon. It's $60 or so. And if your omega-6 index was in the 3, less than 4, your risk was maximum of heart attack, recurrent heart attack. But if you had it more than 8, you see, this is not missing, this is 0. So you want that, or to be 8% or so, omega-3 index. And how do you do that? It's very simple. You check this. It's called omega-1. I mean, there are many of them. This is what I use, and I recommend. It's not paid by insurance company. God forbid, and we do the right thing, okay? But it's not that expensive either. Cleveland Clinic uses, everybody uses. It's up to you. I don't use it on every patient, because I have another way how to identify that. I don't need to check your omega-3s. If your triglyceride HDL ratio or your diabetes poorly controlled, I don't need to know. I know it's going to be terrible. Okay? But for those who have triglycerides to HDL ratio have improved less than 2.5, and they had the prior heart attack, then I do it. And this is an example of a patient, or some patients who eat vegan and say, I'm not going to touch fish. I don't care. I know I eat my linoleic acid or my omega-3s from my flax seeds. I said, fine, let's test it. Because you might be right, I might be wrong. Here's you test it. This is the level, it comes back here. Remember, you want to be around 8% or higher. This was the patient who was vegan, never had a heart attack, was 4%. This is a patient who had a heart attack in his 40s. He's got genetic issues with a high lipoprotein level 8. This patient has an index. Basically, I talked to him about Mediterranean diet, cut the sugar and cut the vegetables and the fried food. His level, and eats fish 3 times a week, level is 8%. Now, believe it or not, this patient who is vegan is more likely he's going to have a heart attack, even if he never had a heart attack because he's in the mid-50s like me now, then this patient already had one. And that's how we know. All right? Okay, I know I move fast just because I've been told that we're supposed to close soon. I apologize if it looks like I didn't give you any, by the way, right? You know, canola oil it's a problem. And, you know, one of the things that I've struggled is, you see this story, it's, why do we still fall for it when we get full? I mean, we know junk food is bad for 50 years, right? Why are we falling for it? And it's because it's, you know, back and forth. We actually, food industry got through what we call Halloween scare many times. In the 70s, this is an article from Economist, and I like the perspective. In the 70s, food industry was scared by calorie concept. By the way, they came up with it, you know, and well, people are going to eat fewer calories, and then we're going to lose customers. Nobody cares about calories anymore. They just post in there for you, and then you eat just fine. Nobody. Salt was another scare. We got rid of that. Oh, eat low salt food. It's okay. They went up on the sugar. No problem. You know, saturated fat. This was the stop eating beef and cheese and, you know, dairy. You know, no fat. No problem. We switched to vegetables and sugar. We kept going. Now, the big real scare was actually Atkins diet. Everybody knows about that in the 2000s. Big one. Keto diets. Big one. As a matter of fact, food industry, you know, stock market went down by, you know, 40%. It was a disaster for a year or 2 years. Okay? Big deal. Unfortunately, that stopped. So that's the only one that actually made an impact temporary because people just loved it. There was an alternative. It was working. If you want to lose weight, it does. The catch is you got to do it right. In other words, if you got to cut the carbs below 30 grams a day, because if you go back, let's say you cut it for a day or two, and then you go back and you have 100, then you have suddenly high fat and high sugar, you're back to eating my fried chicken. And it's way worse. So you have to be very consistent and strict with it. But if you do it, it works. And that's what scared them. Unfortunately, Dr. Atkins died into a skate accident in Central Park, and then everything just stopped. Okay, and now it's for gluten and dairy, right? Well, you got an allergy, stop. You got gluten intolerance. You get, you know, dairy intolerance. Sure, that didn't stop them. They found, you know, you have. The truth is, a lot of gluten is actually wheat intolerance. And I was hoping that in 2020 we'll talk about ultra-processed food and sugar and vegetables. No, that's not what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about Ozempic or Govi Manjaro. Eat anything you like, because I got the O vitamin. Okay, and that is a big problem. And you know, I show you here how worried and concerned I am because it's distracting. Why is it distracting? Again, does it work for those who want to get a kickstart and for a certain batch? Absolutely. You lose 10% of your body weight if you can have access to it and if we can afford it. Does it treat the cause and it's a long-term solution? Absolutely not. It's like I just told you, in the past, if you have diabetes and I give you insulin, you have diabetes and I'll give you insulin for the rest of your life. So now if you're obese, I'm going to give you Ozempic for the rest of your life, just like I give you insulin for diabetes for the rest of your life. And yet I ignore what caused diabetes to begin with, and I ignore what caused obesity to begin with and disease. So no, it buys you some time. Like everything else, the drug just proves the mechanism. It doesn't provide the solution, provided we can afford and we side ourselves. And you know what? Ultra-processed food, you know, industry is bouncing back. This just came out last week. Nestle is launching food line targeting Ozempic, other weight loss drug users. Hey, stay on your Ozempic. I got special ultra-processed food for you. For your for your convenience, for your design. And it's coming. And ultra-processed food is not going away. That's why I wanted to show you how to read labels. Here's how I'm gonna teach you how to read labels. Chips. First of all, if you see any oil version, don't. If there are chips, first of all, don't. Because dry and high, that's how they are cooked. All right? It doesn't matter if they have the oil or not. Having said that, canola, sunflower oil, already a disaster. MSG, I told you, excitatory. Sodium diacetylase, that's the preservative. Anyway, these are the FEPs, like I said. Flavor enhancer. And then let's read the labels. Here's 21 pieces, 28 grams, 11 grams total fat. You subtract the saturated fat. Remember, that's neutral. I'm not saying that's good. Well, I'm saying that's neutral. It's not poisonous. All right? Because if you have a lot of saturated fat, you eat a lot of butter, you're going to have problems from that too. I'm not saying you just go and eat a pound of butter now, okay? All I'm saying is it doesn't bother as long as you use just for condiments. So 11 minus 1.5, it's whatever is it. 8.5 is 2 teaspoons. Basically, it's equivalent to 2.5 teaspoons of vegetable oil per serving of this. It comes from sunflower because that's where it comes. Nothing healthy about that. And you get 4 teaspoons of not just carbs, but it's fast-release carbs because it's amylopectin, it's white starches, very fast absorbed, big spike of insulin, big spike of fattening storage agent after that. And it's aged. Why? It's dry and high, it's oxidized carb. This is not real carb that we can deal with. And again, it has a lot of FEPs. Remember, 80% of disease is the vegetable oil and the sugar. 20% of disease is the food additives. So we gotta watch for both of those. And what do FEPs do? If you see the name, leaky gut, inflammation, metabolic syndrome, overgrowth of toxic bacteria. So what you did, you have anti-nutrients. There is no nutrition value into this. And sugar and salt. Okay, so that's one label. Well, some rules for, here's the rules for labels here. If you want to look at the total carbs, ideally 12 grams per serving. Why? What's 12 grams? How many teaspoons? 3, because it's 12 divided by 4, 3. So how would you like your coffee? No more than 3 teaspoons of sugar. We all agree that above 3, we're overdoing it. All right? And that's why I have this 12. All right? That's what you like. As long as it's not, Then sodium, if you were to look for sodium, less than 100 milligrams per serving. That means they alter it as little as possible. And maybe the best marker is something that says, particularly has a lot of fiber. You want your carbs to fiber ratio to be less than 3 to 5 to 1. All right? And this is what Dr. Lustig rule has. And he's right. And you want ideally no vegetable oil or less than half teaspoon. Very little is possible. Remember, any of that means you're smoking some cigarettes. Okay? Got it? So, and then, what about cooking at home? I want you to use salt when you cook at home. I got no problem with that. Just cut the sugar so the salt doesn't stay into your system. I have no problem with you using some salt to cook as long as you make your own food. Okay? All right? Just be careful you do preservatives and, I'm talking about, that's pickles and that's something else. But I'm talking about when you cook every day on a day-to-day, no problem. You can use some salt. And use butter or what we call saturated fat kind of products, coconut, baby oil for fat. Skip the sugar. Okay? No problem with the salt for that. And here I give you example of bread. Let's use those rules to see which bread is good here. So we have Ezekiel bread, right? And then we have this nutritious whole grain. Whole grain is supposed to be healthy, but it's made from, look, brown rice and canola oil. All right? I'm going to put the ingredients together. This is the Ezekiel bread. See, I look at the total carb fiber, because you can do, you see, total carb 15, total fiber is 3, ratio is 5 or less. That means it's a real deal, has not been destroyed. That has actually good fiber, and they have not destroyed it. All right, if it's 3 to 5 to 1. Sugar, 0, they don't add anything. Polyunsaturated fatty acids, remember you look at the total fat, 0.5 minus 0, 0.5, that's very little, there's no, it's just what it came with the grains. I'm fine with that. Sodium, Ezekiel bread, even sodium is 75. This is one of the healthiest breads you can ever have. And there is no, when I look at the ingredients, there is nothing else but what they put there, the grains, salt and water. So this is healthy. By the way, you'll find it on the refrigerator section. It goes bad right away, so you know it goes bad fast. That's healthy food. All right, that's where you find. So I have no problem with Ezekiel. But what about this one, multi-grain one? Well, let's look at the numbers. Total carb to fiber ratio is 22. Because look, total carb 22, dietary fiber 1. I don't care how multi-grain is this. They destroyed the fiber. That means it's been altered. I don't care. It's too high. Should be less than 5. They add a little bit of sugar. Okay, just a teaspoon, not a big deal. Sodium goes higher from 100 milligrams, my number. And then you have your polyunsaturated fatty acid. It's 1 teaspoon, 4 grams. Now, does that bother me? Well, it's better than 3 or 5, because 5 would be a pack of cigarettes. This is only 1, which means it's only 5 cigarettes instead of 20. But it's still not good, and it's supposed to be healthy. This one has nothing. All right. What about this one? There is actually this is what Dr. Lustig recommends. Natural fitness bread is really real whole grain, and it's good. Actually, you see, we can find others. It doesn't have to be Ezekiel. And it's whole wheat, whole rye, oat kernels, wheat germ. Total carb fiber is good. It's less than 5, 4 to 1. It's got a little sugar or nothing. It doesn't bother me. Very little PFI if there's any. It just has a little more sodium, so I wouldn't recommend this with somebody with heart failure, but it's still way healthier. These two are way healthier than the other multigrain. So now you learn how to select the good one, all right? What about granola bars? This is how you get fast track to diabetes and fatty liver. Protein bars, granola bars, they're sugar and vegetable oil bars. Don't fool yourself. Look, we can look at the same rules. Total carb 37 minus 5, the dietary fiber is 32. I'm going to divide my 32 by 37 divided by 5, way higher than 5. So this is not real fiber. I don't know what they're going to do with it. You got 8 teaspoons of sugar when you divide that. For that, it's very small. I don't even know if you're trying to fit that. If you just take your 8 teaspoons of sugar, try to fit in a little package, you won't fit. So you understand that you're masters of doing this, because you need that sugar to actually bind the proteins together. Otherwise, it will be just liquid, and it won't work, like a paste. So then you have vegetable oil. You add another 2 teaspoons from that. Why? Because look, total fat 10 minus 1.5, 8.5 divided by 2. You see, they don't call it polyunsaturated fat, but that's what it is. How do I know? Because it says sunflower oil, canola oil in the ingredients. But that's what it is. And then do I want, 2 teaspoons or about 10 cigarettes in that package, little package, and I eat 2 maybe a day or 3 a day? No. You want sodium to be less than 100, and then you have proteins. You say, well, it's got protein. What else do you want? Okay, let's see. Well, it's 10 grams. It's called branched chain amino acid. What's the problem with that? Well, one of them is called leucine. Leucine stimulates insulin. So what happens, you already stimulate insulin from 8 teaspoons of sugar from your vegetable, and now you add a lot of this protein. All this food actually is going to go into your liver and cause fatty liver. It's not going to go to your muscles, that protein. It's not going to go to your brain. It's perceived as an abundance, and you just release a lot of insulin and it goes for storage. And basically, we're hoarding. This is food that's going to be hoarded. It's not going to be available. And guess what? You're going to be hungry 10 minutes later again, because there's no food. And, what happens, just to have an idea, this is how a cells look inside when we put all the molecules together. Do you get the sense that we have any place to store fat in our cells, except our professional storage? So imagine that in our liver is supposed to metabolize. It has all these things that are supposed to move. You see why we hoard fat in our cells? We're going to be sick no matter what version we're going to have, whether we feel it or not. All right? I wish we could feel it sooner. But we have let me show you what happened to our professional storage cells, which are the fat cells. They grow from this to that. They start to, I told you, get inflamed. They're about to burst. Each of the fat cell has a maximum capacity. At one point, they'll start bursting. They get inflamed. And actually, they start to cause inflammation. And then you get inflammation in the whole bloodstream from what the fat cells release. You get cellular rusting everywhere. You get fatty, and that contributes further. At one point, the fat cells themselves can't store anymore and then contribute to that inflammation, and we get sick. And the perfect example is somebody is it's got a morbid obesity, God forbid, and get some infection, appendicitis, and we got to take the appendix out. And if they go in the hospital, then they're more likely to get infections, fevers, shocks, and stay in the hospital for a month as opposed to the other one who is not, who's metabolic healthy. And that's why, because suddenly all that fat releases all this inflammation. And we have major issues with them getting them out of the ICU, antibiotics, and then they get complication. And actually, all our cells move towards inflammation. I put here, I use some words, you don't know about it. It doesn't matter. Bottom line is, once you have the storage everywhere and inflammation everywhere, our own immune cell suddenly, instead of being designed to just have targeted, localized, killing a bacteria or a virus that was very well recognized, we're starting to have actually a non-specific everywhere kind of problem. Remember, 70% of our immune system, it's in our gut. So in our gut, it's a sewer. So anything happens to the gut from all those fats and vegetables and everything, it gets leaky. Our immune system gets primed. Then basically it's always more like this. Instead of being targeted fire in designated places like your little oven at home or a fireplace, then we get it everywhere. And you say, well, what is it? I check some, and they come to me, and my joints are hurting. All right, let me check for. We have a blood test for inflammation and plus, and yeah, your C-reactive protein is very elevated. That means all your immune cells are non-specific activated. You have inflammation everywhere, and that was just from your actually eating the fructose and vegetable oils and those fats that I was telling you about that messed up your gut, and now your immune system is like this. Everywhere is itching from the omega-6 creating all those pro-inflammatory mechanisms, and your T cells and all the other cells doing this, and you're easy to get inflammation everywhere. You get toxic bacteria that can easily, your sewer is no longer isolated, you can get infection from the gut, you start to have autoimmunity, your immune system is overactivated everywhere, and you start to have immune reaction, you have allergies, eczema, asthma, that's from eating the wrong stuff and oxidize. Inflammatory bowel disease, and arthritis. I have many patients who are, say, so rescue, yeah, you run, 5 miles a day, but I can't, my knees are hurting. And I heard the same complaint where they are 30 years old or they are 80 years old. And I say, here's why. I'm bone on my knees. I said, yeah, but that's not what's causing your hurting. The hurting is not caused by bone on bone. The hurting is caused by inflammation, which comes from the wrong food. So I said, please come off sugar for a month. Come off vegetable oils for a month. Nothing fried. Come back. And then they come back and I can walk now. 80% less than what I used to have. And that's what's causing it. Okay? And you're still going to be bone on bone. All right, at one point you might need a knee replacement. But the quality of life with the same bone on bone, 10 times different. If you're hurting anywhere in your joint, stop looking around, I messed his shoulder 50 years ago. No, if he was like that, you would have hurt 50 years ago continuously until now. Come on, grow up. All right? Doesn't mean it's not the cause, or the original cause, but it's not the ongoing source of your problem. Okay? And not only that, but once your immune system switches from being very targeted and specific to non-specific and everywhere, then our defense against cancer, viruses, and bacteria gets low, and I told you more likely you're going to get infections, inflammations. Then you get the same inflammations in your stomach, you get acid reflux, and you get heartburn, and you don't know why, and then you have reflux going all the way into your lung at night from hiatal hernia, and then that causes COPD and asthma. I never smoked in my life. Well, you smoked your vegetable oil and your sugar. And, and we don't know. Actually, we know. We take the kids away from this, immediately everything gets better. All right? The same with inflammatory bowel disease. This is, I promise you, the herb ranch dressing. This is most favorite garden herb ranch in the world, Chick-fil-A. So what do they have? We're going to read the labels. Total fat, 29 grams. Saturated fat, 5. But remember, we're trying to find what? The polyunsaturated fat, omega-6. So that's 29 minus 5, 24. 25 divided by 4, 6 teaspoons of vegetable oil. And here it says what it is soybean. All right, and then we have words that you don't know. I call them FEPs. That's 20% of the disease. So 80% of the disease, use 6 teaspoons of vegetable oil. This is, by the way, just one small thing. Most of, at least I observe people using, they use at least 2. Some of them, everything is white, 3 or 4. But anyway, I had actually a patient, I tried to take it away from the hospital, in the hospital, and got really angry with me, saying, no, give it back to me. The only thing allowed me to take a picture. I gave it back and used it. But I'm just saying it's a serious problem. All right, so 6 teaspoons of oil, right? How many packs of cigarettes? 5 teaspoons, 1 pack. Come on, it's time to remember. You're tired, I know. All right, what about vegan milk? Vegan milk, we can read the labels, and then you find this. The Oatly milk has the glycemic load of a Coke and as much oil as a serving of French fries. And a serving of French fries has how many teaspoons of oil? 5. And how many packs of cigarettes? 1. Okay? So vegan is not necessarily bad. Now there are some vegans that you can, go around. For yogurt, I always say go for the full plain yogurt if you absolutely need and you want your diet. Don't go for the low fat, no added sugar, or low fat added sugars. They take out the sugar, they take out the fat, they put the sugar, or if not, they use those sweeteners and they tell you zero everything. So if you zero everything, don't. Now, if you have any kind of allergies, okay, or acne or immune conditions, highly advise you, and I agree with Dr. Mark Hyman, that you should try for 3 months no dairy products at all. Okay. Why? Because it's a lot of the allergies that are triggered by those products, particularly the cow milk, all right? And there is some, coconut milk, that's from Kroger. I look at the labels here. Total fat, it's all saturated. So coconut will have, the real coconut milk will actually have only saturated fat. So but it has 0 fiber, it has carbs to sugar 6, pure fat. There is no vegetable oil, at least I don't have to worry about that. Saturated fat 5, sodium 75. So the only thing is wrong with this coconut milk, you absolutely need a vegan milk, is that it's got the FEPs. What's the FEPs? Is the xanthan gum, and that's the emulsifier that causes leaky gut. And I don't know what's organic coconut cream, but that's a different story. All right, so here's what we need to avoid. All vegetable, all the dressing, all the commercial available dressing. Unless you know how to read labels like I do, I already put you to sleep how to read my form, so I know this is a problem, okay? Of course, mayos, use it when you absolutely need it for whatever food you're baking, or very rare. Now, as I mentioned, I'm not crazy. Maybe you can try some plant-based burger if it's avocado-based, and again, if the alternative is another burger from meat that I don't know, then I will use that. I'm not saying you should never have it. I tried, I tested, it's excellent taste, but I would not do it every day. Nothing fried, nothing of these cookies, crackers, chips, everything. Ladies, please do yourself a favor. Use this as little as possible, as least frequent as possible. I mean, use it when you have to. Social pressure, I get it. You have to, as opposed to women have to look good. I get it. But don't do it out of vanity, because it's not going to help you. It will do exactly opposite long term. All right? Eat nuts, seeds, and grains seasonally, not every day. Anybody knows what Velveeta is? Mac and cheese. Well, it's actually not cheese. It's actually made from canola oil. But everybody thinks they put this or skim milk, but there's less than 10%. And that's why they put it on a regular shelf. It's not cheese if they can keep it at room temperature. Yeah, I mean, this is all just trans fats and burned oil. Fried oil basically. That's what you're putting there, and yellow stuff. What about the famous Philly cheesesteak sandwich? I actually have a patient who owns this kind of 4 or 5 of these places, and I told him, you gotta be careful, because I asked him how he makes this, what cheese he is, and the most famous and by far the most favorite, everybody, is the Cheese Whiz best one, which is nothing but Velveeta for the cheese. It's American cheese. It's not cheese. It's the same way. It's just soy oil or whatever. But that gives the most flavor and taste and whatever it is. So please, Make sure they use provolone or mozzarella or real cheese if you were to have one of these. Don't go for the cheese whiz version of it. I told him, man, you got to do something. Tell them you actually use real cheese or something. Maybe you can use that for good, and you can go up on the price. But no cheese whiz. Okay, you have in the handout, I'm going to go over the rules and everything. I just want to make one more point. Exercise. I never get to the exercise part enough. I don't know what to say. But it's an excellent antidepressant. Okay? Prevents dementia. It's by far the best we have against dementia. You can't even compare anything else. And I know we have new fancy Alzheimer's drugs, including the monoclonal antibody that now they advertise. There's nothing like this. There's nothing that equals this. And you say, well, what do you mean by exercise? Marathon runner? No, actually here's. The more you exercise a day, the longer you live. 15 minutes of exercise a day. You see, what matters to our mitochondria is what you do every day. So that's why I said food that you eat every day that matters. Exercise that you do every day that matters. If you just exercise once a week, you haven't done anything. You exercise 3 times a week, you've done maybe just enough to wake up your mitochondria. You need to do it every day. 6 days a week, 7 days a week. 15 minutes, 7 days a day, 7 days a week, you live 3 years longer. 30 minutes a day, 7 days a week. And it could be just fast walk, or it could be just a walk, compared to no walk. Then 30 minutes, you live 5 years. Okay? It's a dose-dependent increase in lifespan and quality of life by just exercise. Now, especially for women and postmenopausal women is a problem. Why? You lose your estrogens, you lose your protein mass, skeletal mass. I found it's extremely difficult. Women are like 2 categories. The one who picked up exercise when they are young, they'll continue to exercise. It's easy sell. But the ones who've never been into exercise, which are 80% of the women, at least my patients, that's anecdotal, and I'm not making, it's just an observation. It's extremely difficult to get a woman to do any kind of exercise. And I think the reason is not because they don't want to. The reason is women are amazing caregivers. So all their focus every day, it's all about the others, including pets. I mean, you got a rat maul as a pet at 2 a.m. and suffering, I got to take you to a vet, you will do that. But if you suffer somewhere with a knee or anything, you'll postpone it. And that's what women do. And you'll do the same with exercise. I don't have time in the day to reserve 15 minutes every day to walk, or 30 minutes. And I need you to be aware that unfortunately, because that's your natural tendency, sacrifice for the others and not for yourself, you're not going to be able to sustain this long term unless you give yourself an hour, 2 hours a day. Be selfish so you can get your exercise done, you can cook, prepare your food, do things that are important for your mind so you can relax, whether it's music, whether it's walking, whether it's going to church. Whatever works for you, community service, whatever makes you happy for 2 hours a day. You need to do those 2 hours to yourself. So then you can give the rest for the others and continue to do that. And I think that's the main reason why we're having problems with our ladies try to exercise. Okay? Men, it's easy. It's on and off. Either they'll do it or you don't. Okay? Well, I know once I convince a man to exercise, and everybody knows it's so much easier for men to exercise, lose weight, we have more muscle mass. So exercising helps you with your diabetes. In other words, fix that mitochondria. The more muscle you have, the more mitochondria you use, then it fixes the metabolic problem much easier. That's why it's so useful. So it fixes your brain, fixes your muscle, fixes your fatty liver. You may or may not lose weight from exercise. It helps you to keep the same weight. But it fixes your disease, converts you to healthy, because it's the best way to mobilize mitochondria to go back towards healthy and use them. Okay? So, and another issue with women, so going back to women, why we need to convince our ladies to start exercise is because at age, first of all, only 40% of women eat less than 60 grams of protein a day, which is actually minimum survival in terms of protein intake. All right? You're not eating enough protein, at least with the data we have. You're supposed to eat about 2, if it is, it's 1 gram per pound, really. all right, you're not going to eat 60, you're going to eat 100. 100 is minimal, 80 to 100 is ideal. You try to eat 100 grams a day of protein, you'll see it will not be easy, but minimal 80. Second, women who are postmenopausal, they lose hormones, estrogens. That means less likely the proteins are going to go into their muscle. Third, they exercise late just by nature because they are nurturing others instead of themselves. All right, and you can eat all the protein you want. If you don't exercise to raise your growth hormones and put that protein into the muscle, it doesn't matter. And last but not least, women are the most effective and actually penalized by this. About at age 70, 1 out of 4 women will have a fall. There are actually right now more falls in this country with hip fractures every year. There are as many as heart attacks. We talk about heart attacks, but we don't talk about hip fractures and falls that disable our elderly. And once you have the first fall, is the beginning of your last year of life. Half of them will not be alive, and the half that will be alive will be mostly disabled and in bed. And why do we fall? We lose our balance because we have weak muscles. And that's why women are more affected than men. Okay, doesn't mean it doesn't happen to men. It can happen too. That's why we need to exercise. And as I mentioned, you want to fix your mitochondria? It's very simple. One is exercise, the other one is sleep. And why? During the sleep, we don't eat, give a break. So they can metabolize all that junk which you put during the day. 12 hours fasting. That makes a difference. You give time. Okay? So, big deal. I hope I motivate you now. And you say, no, that's not possible. Here is any time and any moment in your life it can happen. This is a 93 years old. It's been actually published in an American Journal of Physiology. It's a big journal. They study him for metabolic purpose, like an Olympic athlete, compared to Olympic athletes in their 20s. At 93, he's as fit as 40. He's been 5 times world champion at rowing for his age. And you'll say, well, it's easy. He's been doing this since he was 15 or 20 years old, right? No, he's never done any exercise until age 70. He started this at 70. And you know how much he trains? 30, 40 minutes a day rowing into his garage, a rowing machine. It doesn't take that much. And you can start anytime. And that's why I want to put this here. Anytime, anybody, rowing, low impact. You don't have to go somewhere. It's $200 a machine now. It's nothing. And you can put it vertical, doesn't occupy any space. Stationary bike, anything. Makes a difference. Walking 15 minutes. Start with that, simple. And, anybody knows Dick Van Dyke? He's an interesting character, but, this is him in his 90s. So he says, in my 30s, I exercise to look good. By the way, he smoked until age 80. All right? But probably didn't eat the other stuff. So in my 30s, I exercise to look good. In my 50s, to stay fit. In my 70s, to stay ambulatory. In my 80s, to avoid assisted living. Now in my 90s, I'm just doing it out of pure defiance. Now you'll say these are anecdotal, these people are fit. No, the whole point is, obviously, put effort in it, and particularly the one that I told you, never done exercise until 70, and he does it in his own little garage. That's it. And it's not 6 hours a day, 30, 40 minutes. It's not that hard. I personally, I just run in my cul-de-sac 5 miles when I get home. All right? I don't even go anywhere. Why? It has to be convenient right there next to me. Otherwise, I'm not going to do it. I don't have time to go to the gym. It's not that hard. And we need that because that, not only that it fixes our insulin resistance, they've been shown actually 45 minutes of exercise within 24 hours fixes your insulin resistance. After age 40, we lose our growth hormone. So exercise that's 30 minutes releases back growth hormone, which we lose with age. Growth hormone there not only that works on our brain, and also we have one that's called brain-derived neurotrophic factor. It's good for our memory. You see, muscle can signal to the brain, just like brain signals to the muscle. But think about it. I want to do some more serious exercise. I have to be agile. I have to make sure I don't break my leg. There's an incline. There's a stone. So the brain has to pay attention, has to improve the memory. So there is dual, signals. Muscle releases basically growth hormones for the brain, and then the brain releases growth factor for the muscle. It goes both ways. All right. So and you do that even when we're getting old. We boost back up those growth hormones, both for the muscle but also for the. And so you need both some form of aerobic and resistance exercise. It doesn't have to be 20 pounds. It could be 5 pounds for the upper body. It could be just lifting up your legs where you're staying supported. Again, whatever you can do for 5-10 minutes a day, and for resistance, hand grip, and that's shown to improve brain memory, growth hormone. And when you do that, then if you eat your protein from those protein shakes, then it goes into your muscle. But if you don't do the exercise, it just goes and causes fatty liver and contributes to diabetes. Big difference. Patients who are mine, if they have heart failure, I can send them actually for cardiac rehab. Insurance, pays for that, and that's what you do. You're going to go back and mobilize your mitochondria to do the job. And all they care for is stop eating for 12 hours, which sleep is when they regenerate. It's called mitophagy. That's what we do. And then in the same time, exercise is what regenerates them and make them be healthy. So they burn. This is what they like. Well, you push them to burn, then they will stimulate the muscles to do that. Anything, it could be, as I mentioned, I like the rowing. I like things that are good for your back muscle. Why? When let's say we start after age 65, we still use the walking feature, which means I'm going to activate and keep my front muscles still active. But I lose my back muscles, I'm not walking backwards. All right? So I need to strengthen my back muscles. The number one reason why we lose our balance is our back muscles are weak. And also the number one reason why I have back aches and joint aches, because those are not strong enough around the joints. So that's why I recommend 10 minutes of rowing every day, or at least 3 times a week for about a month or 2 before you try any exercise. Why? Because you need to strengthen those back again, and then you'll see how suddenly your joints will hurting much less. You can do other stuff, water aerobics, whatever else you like, just walking, big difference. And your balance will improve. So it's important, all right? It doesn't have to be that. It's low impact, rowing is good for bone health, avoids muscle wasting, which is very important. Anybody wants to go on diet, when you lose weight, fat, you also lose muscle. And if you lose it after age 40, it's irreversible. And if you're a woman, it's way harder to get back because it's way harder for me to convince you to do the exercise. So we're in trouble, all right? And, graffiti, we're just going on a little trampoline, $100 device. Big difference, just go up and down and hold on it, for a minute. If you cannot do rowing or anything else, make sure you get one that you can hold it. Or it can be just pulling some strings and whatever. So I talk about, anyway, the whole purpose, and if you were to do, whether it's stationary bike, exercise, running, everything is in your little booklet, by the way, okay? But if you were to do anything, I don't want your heart rate to go up. I don't want you to do anything strenuous. It's what we call 75% of your target heart rate. Heart rate is 110, 120, just above your normal, by 20 beats. And then just sustain. The key is duration. Whatever you do, make sure you can sustain it and keep increasing it. Our mitochondria, our body, listens to what's duration, and every day, not to intensity once a week or twice a week. Even twice a week is better, but every day, little by little, duration. Dedicate time and low impact. That's it. All right? So now we have Ozempic. What about Ozempic? I'm sure some will be interesting. Can we truly fix obesity on Ozempic? And this was on The Economist, on the front page. Eat, inject, repeat. And my problem is that Ozempic and Mounjaro don't fix the cause, which is the ultra-processed food intake. And we have the obesity-associated heart attack. It's a metabolic mitochondrial disease caused by ultra-processed food. Number 1 cause of obesity treatment failure, but also that means I have patients who have failed gastric bypass. I have patients who have failed, gastric sleeve, all right? But also patients who have failed Ozempic. They don't tell you that, okay? Is actually they continue to eat the same way they were eating. That was causing them disease to begin with, all right? And here's how it works. Basically, what's in your brain stops you eating, but also works on your stomach and your bowel basically paralyzing it. It slows down everything so you don't get absorbed. And when you do that, slowing everything down makes you feel full, and then you stop eating. All right? There are good news and bad news about that. And the good news, it drops the insulin. Actually, we know that if you lose 10% of your body weight, that helps you already normalizes the diabetes. And we have a study that just came out, last year, November, a New England Journal. And again, I'm only presenting you the study to prove a mechanism, to prove a point. I'm not saying this is the ultimate solution, although now this is approved, and I have patients for which, if they're obese and they had a heart attack and their BMI is over 30, I offer it. Okay. I also say that if I rather offer it to you after I already tried for real, get rid of the ultra processed food. If you know, that's fine. And some need it. I mean, you need some kickstart and some help because you're addicted to certain food. I will use it temporary, but here's the deal. And what we've shown from this medicine, somebody had a heart attack, if we drop their weight by 10% with 2.2 milligram dose or Mounjaro equivalent you actually prevents in 5 years, reverses prediabetes. All right, so changing the food intake to the point that you lose weight enough so you slow down diabetes or reverse, then it actually helps also with fatty liver, insulin resistance, and that ratio I was telling you, triglycerides to HDL ratio, all right? And it just proves the point what I was saying, that we all, as cardiologists, heart doctors, we should probably tell you, and not that diabetes actually starts as metabolic syndrome, that's stage 1. 10 years later, you have the pre-diabetes, we have ways how to do that, and then 20 years later, we have stage 3 when the hemoglobin A1C goes up. And now we have evidence that if I use a drug that works between preventing stage 2 to go to stage 3, actually I reverse and I don't get heart attacks. And incidentally, we also lose 10% of our body weight. But that's not how it works. It works by fixing the insulin-resistant diabetes and fatty liver. All right, Ozempic, you are on it. Fine. So even with rescue decide to give it on you, and I do give it, I offer it, don't get me wrong, I'm just saying it, I want you to get the best of both worlds if you were to be on it. Why? Because if you actually eat the proper way, you almost don't get any side effects. And also I can take you off after 6 months or a year. But if you keep eating the same way, not only do you get the side effects, but also you're going to depend on it, and you'll never come off. Okay, so here's minus the side effect, call it minors. Now, I don't know about you about nausea, but to live every day with nausea, that's not life for me. It's the most disgusting symptom I ever had. But if that works, that's fine. Constipation, some people get constipated. Why? Because it slows down, makes lazy your whole gut. So you get constipated. Some people get diarrhea. Major. 1 out of 10 will have gallbladder, we call it events, cholecystitis, gallbladder stones, you name it. You can get pancreatitis, you can get gastroparesis, which is basically your stomach is paralyzed, bowel obstruction. We have over 20 case reports in the United States of people who died from that. All right, so it's extremely rare, but considering we have millions and millions of people on it, it's going to be less rare soon. It can lead to death, and you thought you're just going to lose some weight, not dying. Now it's rare. And what happens initially, the original study was published in New England Journal showed that you have 400 to 700% increase of those events. Now there's one that just came out in JAMA last week, and they said, no, there's no relationship. But we excluded the diabetics. I said, wait a minute. We have Ozempic that you give it to pre-diabetics, that's just for weight loss. And yes, the presence and duration of type 2 diabetes, you're already diabetic, you're more likely you're going to get side effects. Why? Because I show you, to get to type 2 diabetes, you already been through pre-diabetes for 20 years. So the longer you had that, the longer you had high insulin, the more likely you have stomach that already has problems, and you get diabetic gastroparesis. So yes, weight and pre-diabetes, then if you stop, it goes back to 6 months. Now, careful if you are type 1 diabetic or type 2 and you're on insulin. You see, doctors, particularly endocrinologists, are very shy of starting you on Ozempic if you need also insulin. I personally, I will not do that unless I have a diabetes expert on board, and I don't do it. I ask them, hey, you monitor this but if I can, let's say you're type 2 diabetic, if I can get you off insulin or the other one is glyceride with food, then I can consider Ozempic, because the only problem is low sugar, low blood sugar, but only if you are on insulin or glyceride. So that's a possibility. Now, cost and disparities, some people can afford it, some don't. Not that it matters, but look, I think it does matter, at least for our politicians, for us. Here is the estimated U.S. healthcare cost of this drug. If everybody, we give it to everybody fair who deserves this. 2.1 trillion a year. Current U.S. healthcare budget, 4.5. So half of our healthcare budget will be this. And there are some people now, you need to know if you're on Ozempic and you need to have any kind of operation procedure. I'm talking about colonoscopy and endoscopy. You need to be off this drug probably at least 3-4 weeks before. Anesthesiology, why? Because we tell you don't eat anything after 12 midnight. It ain't gonna work with the stomach that's been super lazy from Ozempic, because you could have food from 3 days ago there. So you really need to be off at least 4 weeks, and some people need to off more because it reduces the risk of aspiration pneumonia and food. It's a big deal. And last but not least, I told you about sarcopenia. Anything that makes us lose weight, we don't lose just fat, we also lose mass and proportion. And we need to start exercise if we were to use Ozempic. Absolutely, because you want to lose fat and not muscle. Okay? Very important. All right, so I said any diet works well as long as real whole foods. This is not food. I'm sorry. You can call it anything you want, but it's not food. All right, at least not how it was designed. Try to get 5 servings of fruits and vegetables a day, fusing principles, and altogether 5 to 10. I mean, I have a big bowl salad, which is already a pound. That's like at least 3-4 servings, and then you get your fruits, whatever you like. All right, that's from my garden, actually. When I mean vegetables or greens, anything is green. I don't care. The Brasilica family, probably the healthiest you can imagine, but anything, you can cook them very easily. This is, what we use in Southern cuisine. Just don't fry it and don't oil it. That's all I'm asking. Steam them and add some butter. It's fine, no problem. All right, and really, why? Because the fiber and the vitamins from that is there to feed our healthy bacteria. We all talk about probiotics, and we take cultural to help with that. But probiotics are just good bacteria, but if you don't give them food, you can take every cultural you want in the world. You're going to get diarrhea anyway, because you need to give them food. Their food is fiber. We don't have the enzyme to metabolize by fiber because it's supposed to be food for them, as I mentioned. So yes, you need to give them this, and then your own. You don't necessarily need to take a supplement unless you just had some antibiotics that you need to give it back. But most of the time, you just need to give it once, and that's it. So eat fruits and vegetables that are in season. This is how we used to do it. Do not juice or smoothie them. Why? You kill the fiber that's there so you don't want that. All right. There is soluble and insoluble fiber. You can still have soluble fiber there. Soluble fiber is food for them. Insoluble creates like a network, a fish net, that the soluble go in and cover the gut. So when you have the wrong food, it's just like sugar or fructose, will flush down the duodenum, goes all the way to the bowel. So it's protecting. So the soluble fiber is the prebiotics, but in order to be able to be feeding that, you need your insoluble fiber. And then the postbiotics is what your healthy bacteria produce for us. Actually, it creates anti-inflammatory substance. It stimulates our own Ozempic from our gut to go to the brain and tell you're full. Actually, this is our probiotics and our healthy bacteria will do, all right? By just giving them fiber. And remember, they are 10 times more than us. So if we don't give them food, they're going to feed on us, all right? And stimulate your own. So we learned the 3 keywords is we have the probiotics with the actual healthy bacteria. We have prebiotics, is the food for the healthy bacteria, which is the fiber and the vegetables and fruits. And then we have postbiotics, which are the substances produced by butyrate and serotonin, basically, or Ozempic that's produced by those probiotics that they will go back and feed us or will be important for our brain health. All right? And that's why I always say, particularly if you have an inflamed gut, you need to have a pound of salad. Now, careful, because some of us will be intolerant to all this. Look, I tried, and it doesn't get along with me. And there are people who don't tolerate salads. I get it. And usually those who just, I mean, I had patients who said they never in their life have eaten one leaf of salad. And again, those who are actually by default, it's been a long time they ate salads, you'll have to start slowly and gradually go up on it. Don't go to a pound like I said. You start with a leaf with each meal, and then you add a little pepper, and then you add a little, and every week you go up on it, and you do that, and you gradually build your probiotics. Then you see after 3 months you actually can tolerate just fine. Okay? And I'm gonna, and you know, fruits and vegetables don't just come with just fiber. They come with everything that's colorful. Different colors means different antioxidants, different enzymes. When you process those and you heat them up, you kill those. Vitamin C, carotene yellow, vitamin E, lycopene is in the red, in the tomatoes, anthocyanins is in purple, like the blueberries, polyphenols in grapes. They feed the probiotics and provide us immune protection. And no, I'm not for supplements, because once you extract those, you kill them. I don't care what they say. There's never been one study showing that if you actually take those supplements, it's going to raise your plasma level of something, except for vitamin D that we know for vitamin D. In other words, when you have a clear deficiency, I give it and it works, okay, for certain things. So if you're vegan, you will need a B12. If you're also vegan or vegetarian, you'll need, you can't have fish, then you'll need omega-3 supplements, particularly for kids. And if your vitamin D is low, you need your vitamin D3 level to be at 70 for immune purpose, not at 35 like our blood test says. So they only say it's abnormal if it's less than 35, but that's not true. That's a minimum survival skill. You want to be 70 for the immune system. Immune cells are going to be at maximum working if they're at least at 70. And yes, you don't want to eat fish, tuna, more than once a week, because it's risk of mercury, and definitely not pregnant women. However, you can eat the others, the wild salmon, sardines, mussels, again, marine fish, rainbow trout, as long as it's, you know, in clean waters. I don't like fish oil supplements because they come with a lot of saturated fat, and a lot of it is oxidized. There are some of them, I guess, who are better than others, but you still, like, if you're vegan, then take the olive oil, you know, the supplement. Or if you know you haven't eaten fish for 3 weeks, take, or for a week, take some. But if you can eat the fish, it's way, way better. That's all I'm saying, okay? And it's oxidized. It's not very good quality. That's what I'm trying to say. But I like sardines. I like salmon, all right? You know, you can buy any sardines. You just get rid of the oil, and you put some lemon, squeeze some lemon. And these are from the vegan part of it, but again, we're not very efficient to metabolize this and convert them into full DHA and EPA. But avocado is a healthy one. Anything from, as I mentioned, cabbage kind of greens. Brussels sprouts have a lot of omega-3s. They're very healthy. Kale. And then grains and nuts have too. Just have to be careful because grains and nuts, they come also with omega-6s, all right? So, all right, take-home points. I know it was a long lecture. First of all, what we call food is not what we call food based on our taste. It's what our mitochondria call food. And I hope I convinced you that. They decide what would you do. What's bad from our food and what we call ultra-processed, there are 3 chemicals. Fructose, oxidized linoleic acid from vegetable oils, and fats, which is flavor enhancers. If you see that buzzword, stay away from it. E as an emulsifier, P as in preservative, S as in sweeteners. I should patent this abbreviation, by the way, okay? But it's easy, because often you don't know the chemical, but they will say these keywords, and that's it. So remember, 80% disease is your fructose from sugar and vegetable oil. 20% is the fats, and the rest is the oxygen from air pollution, but we can't control that. If you were to do, by the way, exercise and running, don't go where the streets are loaded with cars. Go into a park, in a place, or cul-de-sac. Try to stay away from that pollution. That's another source. All right, eat whole foods, exercise. That will help you to have your mitochondria live longer. You know, Ozempic works, but really with concomitant lifestyle changes, I am very happy to put you on Ozempic, provide that you sign up a declaration in your mind that you're going to work on ultra-processed food and increase your exercise, okay? And we do need a revolution like Dr. actually Georgia Ede said, not the political revolution, by the way. We need to revolutionize the way women feed themselves. We need the way parents feed their children. That will make a big difference. The way schools feed their students. The way hospitals feed their patients, because we're doing a terrible job with that. And the way the senior care centers feed their residents. And there's an example of a hospital food. All right? Okay. That's not food. Unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it. And patients say, well, I thought it's healthy. Yeah, it is. They follow some guidelines. They're actually all legal, except that this is all processed food. You got your sugars and your vegetable oils. And how much sugar? You know, this little thing of cranberry juice is 8 teaspoons, one of them. So we have 8 plus 8, 16 plus 8. The orange juice version, or it's 24. And then we have also the Smuckers here. By the way, that's the sweetener version. All right, and then you say, well, what about in our office? This is a picture I took from our wonderful nurses who gave us a present for the Doctor's Day. And, it was pointed out to me, which was actually correct, we also have fruits here. But I promise you, after 2 days, everything was gone, not just the fruits. All right, and I ate actually one of those bags of Smart Foods. This is what happens when you stress out and you see 30 pages a day. All right. Because there is no control office there, no self-control, there is no will, all right? And trust me, doctors are actually way worse with the nurses. This is Nurses' Day. We just buy them Krispy Kreme and fantasy cookies and chocolates. We are much worse, okay? All right, so this was from the Echo Lab, was not ours. I do other ways, but anyway. But this is a typical breakfast, that our patient with diabetic diet, was following, and was very grateful. And then I look around, and suddenly it came with no insulin. It was just on metformin. Ended up in 5 days with a sugar of over 400, and the day I was supposed to discharge, and 100 units of insulin. I didn't even know, because our colleagues, the internists, were working on the background. So basically, in 5 days, he converted from a pre-diabetic to full-blown diabetic on 100 units of insulin. This is not a joke. So you know what I did? I stopped. I said, stop eating what's here. Just go home, eat like you were eating. Ignore, and I stopped the insulin. And of course, he had my cell phone, and I guided him, but he didn't have any issues. But I mean, it's a serious issue, and I can't fix that. And I dreamed that one day this would be a breakfast in our hospitals, okay? Which is eggs, 0 carbs, avocados, and some nice, tomatoes and spinach, or the berry, bowl. That would be proper. Is it going to happen? I don't know. It's, again, a financial and economic decision. It's not a health decision. Sometimes I think sad, I'm considered to be a healthcare professional. And honestly, I'm a disease care professional. I'm not a healthcare professional, not with this food. Okay? So, patient, what I tell them, eat Mediterranean diet. Is easy to fix, 10 minutes, not that hard. You can get your salmon from any, could be preserved or sardine, I don't care. This is easy to make. Stews, grilled chickens, and what is more important is that you need to realize, you start by, like I say, you're worrying about that you're not doing well. Well, the first thing, you need to clean up your house. Honestly, anything that's labeled that you see vegetables, more than half a teaspoon equivalent, I taught you how to read, or has got FEPS, or has got sugar, out of the house. If you don't start with that, and you still keep it, and the same with the beverages, then you're just, I hear this all the time, I'm trying. No, if you really want to do it, you got to start with that. And it's going to hurt for about 3-4 weeks, and then you'll never miss it again. I promise you. But you start with that, you got to keep your house, you have control in your house, and get rid of the toxic food environment. You start with the house. And eventually, we pray one day will be also with your friends when you visit them. One day, maybe we'll be at the restaurants. That's easy to fix. I tell them, just eat the burger and the salad, cut everything else. You can still eat, or eat before you go out and socialize. They're different. It requires commitment. It requires not to be comfortable. That means somebody has to cook. And you got to plan your meals. And you got to do batch cooking. Easy. You just cook once, in one big Instapot container. It will last you the whole week. So we have soup, we have grilled chicken, and I just go in there and add it. All right, so that's that. And then you start to go up on the exercise. Hey, here's the healthy beverages that do not cause, first of all, you clean your beverages. All right, coffee, black. The Sorescu way is painful. Unsweet tea, water. You can add some lemon. Avoid or limit any juicy smoothies and eat the fruits if you feel like and you need your sweetener. No beverage that has cinnamon, caramel, or pumpkin flavor. That's how they trick you. That's part of the umami taste, the MSG taste that I was telling you about. All right? And again, they will have FEPs. Here's how you know. Zero vitamin or squeeze. You look in the back, you're going to see the preservatives and the sweeteners. Okay? No. Try this. Has any of you tried this? Green tea?
Yeah.
All right, so green tea is amazing. Actually, it lowers your insulin. You can have one. It's probably the best Mother Nature food as medicine we have for diabetes and losing weight. All right, I don't even know if there's anything else stronger than this. Okay, not only that, but it also stops your food cravings. Now the problem is that some people have a problem with their stomach. It's too strong. So I learned this trick. Put a bag of green tea and a bag of mint. Combined together, very easy to tolerate. But the key is, don't let it stay after you boil water more than a minute or 2 minutes. That's when it gets, whatever the tannins and the acid stuff is going to get out of it. So no more than 2 minutes after you boil, and you add it in the boiled water. And try that. And I promise you, it helps a lot with the food cravings. All right, cereal, breakfast. Cereal is not, it could be considered breakfast. If you think that your breakfast should start with a large dessert, then that's breakfast. But it's nothing but a large dessert at any time of the day. It's not breakfast. It's the way I know it. All right? And here's the numbers, 60 teaspoons of sugar. That's just a little skim milk and a little cereal bowl. It's not the one. Trust me, I promise you, I just picked not a high sugar kind of cereal. And instead you can try scrambled or boiled eggs with vegetables, or plain old fat Greek yogurt. You add your nuts and sliced fruits. And some people like plain oatmeal with berries. Not my favorite. I don't think there's any nutrients in that. It's healthier than cereals. There is no healthy, there's no protein that matters. It's just carbs in the oatmeal and omega-6s. There's nothing nutritional there. But people want their carbs in a way that's more socially acceptable in their mind, at least. And if I were to choose between cereals and real plain oatmeal, and you add some berries, way better. But if I were to choose between plain oatmeal with berries, you still have 6 teaspoons of sugar. And 3 hard-boiled eggs with some salt and pepper, way healthier than boiled eggs. Look, or you can add this. You can have, look at this, complete meal. 3 eggs, over easy, your avocado, tomatoes, spinach, easy to make, and you can add any cheese that's one of these, whether it's ricotta, goat, feta, sheep, mozzarella. Remember, I bias towards goat and sheep. Why? It's less likely they fed them the wrong way, although it can still happen. No matter what, please do not ever use American cheese. All right, that's not cheese. All right, cheddar, if it's real, yes, yeah. Go ahead. You had a
Can
question.
you use blocks of cheese like Parmesan and grate it yourself?
Can I use lots of cheese?
Parmesan cheese and grate it yourself in a block.
Yeah, but again, depends how much you use. If you use, 1 or 2 teaspoons is not a problem. If you want to cover the whole plate, we got a problem. All right, that's it. And again, these are well for breakfast. Why? What you see here, you see cheese that doesn't have omega-6s because it has saturated fat from the and you have your tomatoes, your greens. You can use, if you absolutely need some quinoa, that's good for salads instead as your favorite carb, not eggs and avocados, and you can combine. All this doesn't have to take more than 15. Again, I spent last time in November on part 3 a lot with that. But here's a couple of tricks. One is if you were to eat a salad and some meat, start your dinner or your lunch with a salad. Very important. Why? The fiber, first of all, gets to hit the road first, and it covers your gut. So then what you eat after that is what's bad like the sugar is going to go down all the way down to the large bowel, so it won't get absorbed into your system. All right, so that's very important. Don't mix it up. First the salad, then the rest of the entree. And we have evidence for that. Big difference, okay? All right, and then you can add extra fiber, lentil soup, you know, you can have, you know, salad here, and you can add your fish or salmon. Every day you want to have some kind of omega-3 source, some fish, if it's possible. If not, at least 3 times a week. And again, squeeze the lemon on any meat, keeps it fresh, keeps its antioxidant, it keeps it protected from the environment. Because once you get this fish out, just expose it to air. Exposure to air is going to start oxidizing it, and that keeps it fresh. You can use otherwise, you know, preserved, you know, pink, wild Alaskan pink salmon. We use this, and it's easy to make. You know, sardines, just get rid of the oil, the olive oil, whatever it is, and then you put it on top. These are some of, actually, this is there are dishes from some of my patients who are here right now. What about rice, pasta, rice starches, replaced with cauliflower, quinoa, vegetables? Okay, so plan your meals for the week and cook in large batches. Some like this, a vegetable stew. Oh, you can have a beef stew. I don't know, it doesn't have to be vegetable, but it's easy. You make like 2 gallons of it. You can buy whatever Instapot you have, the rice starch, and then you have the whole week. You don't have to go, and you just go there. And remember, when it's just like with our children, they get 25% of their sugars in the first hour after you pick them up from school. When do we get our most ultra-processed food other than lunch? It's in the first hour we came from work. So if you have the food already there, you just warm it up and you eat this. Then you don't have to worry about the other stuff. Oh, I got to get my granola bar. I got to get something. I can't wait. All right? Not good. And that's why I recommend this. Is why is steam under high pressure. The steam makes it healthy. The under high pressure makes it fast. So you get best of both worlds. All right? Just keep the vegetable oil. You can put some butter. You can make your own. Again, for salad dressing, whether it's lemon-based or vinegar-based, balsamic, I don't care, whatever you like, combine with some extra virgin olive oil or avocado oil, and it's great. You know, there's this recipe, olive oil, lemon, garlic, and mustard, unbelievable. Make it yourself, all right? All right, you go out, and you're gonna go to Mexican. What are you gonna eat? You can eat the veggies and the meat, the chicken. Could be beef too. Just keep the chips and the tortillas, and you can put the salsa. Now, there will be no fun initially, but then you get used to it, and you'll be surprised. It was just habit. It tastes just great. And trust me, I eat that, I do that, and the same with that. If you go out to any restaurant, eat whatever is the steak, ideally, or something that you know they will not use vegetable oils on it. And get that meat version, and then big salad bowls. Start with the salad, then you can eat the meat. And you can eat even the burger like that, you know. And this is one of my patients, his wife cooks. I think this top on the left is mine, and the others are theirs. It's much better. This is on top. This is mine, this is mine, this is theirs, because you can see as a woman who put some sweat into it, it looks wonderful. All right? So, high fiber meat, low sugar. What about these guys? They need to disappear from our diet. And that's how we get sick. There is nothing healthy there. It's not only tasty, it's poisonous. It blocks, it causes us everything I just said. And so what you need to do, you replace this with, you can go to McDonald's. Yeah, you got trapped one day. I haven't eaten for 24 hours. I gotta eat. I'm with family, fine. So what you do, you order a big salad, you order 2 burgers, not 1. I want you to order 2 with the cheese, tomato, big salad, cut the everything else. No bun, no French fries, no sodas, and no ketchup. And you just eat like this, and I promise you'll be full, you'll love it. And it's 10 times, you'll remove actually probably about a good 80% of the disease from that, and still tastes just great. Okay? All right. 4 examples, and we're done. So here's the first example of how we did it. I have 4 patients who volunteered to be my experiments. Okay? They didn't volunteer. They were volunteered because they were sick. But bottom line is, this is a patient, 74 years old, man, had prior open heart surgery. Everything that relates to the heart, he's had it. Type 2 diabetes, wasn't able to get out of bed or move out of the house for quite a while, was in the hospital, already has chronic kidney disease, what we call stage 3. In August 22, was 303 pounds with what we call a BMI of 42. A BMI of 25 is normal. It's like for each point of BMI, 6 pounds of weight. And then it was, I put him on some medicines and I told you that Jardiance, how it works. He also had horrible pulmonary hypertension. That means not only the blood pressure was high on the left side, but the right side, just for the lung suffering from fluid buildup. And sleep apnea, diabetes was poorly controlled. Eventually, it was a whole long-term conversation. There were multiple serial conversations after I put him initially in the hospital. We got about 30, 40 pounds of fluid off. We talk about rabbit food, and the taste for that was questionable. It took a while, but anyway, eventually we weren't able to fully go onto the rescue diet, let me put it this way. And it took a while, eventually gets admitted again, had the stent in the, didn't have a heart attack, but was really close to it, but he had progression of the heart disease in the arteries. That was in December 2022. And then eventually said, you know what, that's it, I'm going to do what I got to do. He started to accept the rabbit food. His wife is cooking, really got into the program, did everything he's been asked for. And then since then has not been in the hospital. His original weight was 303 pounds. It was in December was 233 pounds. I can tell you his cholesterol profile, diabetes is almost normalized now. Now we are suffering from long-term kidney damage from diabetes, but it's even the kidney function is actually normal as of now, except leaking some protein. His BMI moved from 42 to 31. At that time I said, look, we can try to get closer to 27. We can try some Ozempic on you. And of course, it's hard to find it, but we started. And how much did we lose since then? This is the kind of food that he's working on. How much did we lose? We lost another 20 pounds. We are stabilized now at 214 because it's hard to find that Mounjaro or the Ozempic. And now the BMI is 28. Has not been hospitalized. He states he feels better than he felt in 50 years. But again, we achieved 90% of this without Ozempic, and I'm not sure Ozempic is going to do much more, but we'll try to see if that does an extra. But he's able to normalize all this just by eating healthy. And it's meats, vegetables, we just cut the processed food, all right, and I talk about it. And it's sustainable, and he says there's nothing wrong. He loves the food now. All right, this is a 47 years old young lady I've known for at least 20 years in our clinic. Since age 18, she has type 2 diabetes. Has been on, actually, I was told he has type 1 on insulin. Very weak hearts. In a year, basically in December last year, we deemed her that she's end stage, and we couldn't offer her a heart transplant. And she was 267 pounds. Her kidneys were only working 25%. Admitted every 2 weeks in the hospital. We tried to help her lose weight. She didn't tolerate Ozempic. Remember, the longer you have diabetes, the less likely you're going to tolerate it. In other words, you tolerate better Ozempic if you are the pre-diabetes stage, before you are full-blown diabetes. She didn't tolerate anything. Hemoglobin was 12. And then I said, well, what do you have to lose? Let's try it. In 3 months, in about 3 days, she was off insulin, she was on for 20 years. She lost by August 65 pounds. Currently, she's at minus 80 pounds. She has never been in the hospital now. It was every 2 weeks. It's now she had a mini stroke. That was a short, brief visit. And now her ejection fraction from 10 has improved to only 25. She can walk 10,000 steps. She feels better than she felt in a long, long time. Her weight is 190. And this is without Ozempic, because I even tried again and challenged her a few months ago, and she still doesn't tolerate it. This is all just eating, and just like how I eat, all right? This is another young lady who her weight was 280. She failed already a gastric sleeve, lost 50 pounds, and then came back up right away. Eventually, in August last year, had her Roux-en-Y gastric bypass, and she's lost now good. Now the weight is 208, so she's lost 72 pounds, but with bariatric surgery. And this is what they do to your stomach. You see what happens? They connect the esophagus straight to your duodenum, and then it's like, you know, they have just a little part connected. This is pretty serious surgery, but it really works wonders to lose weight. So now she's a BMI of 38. We're still far from where it should be. But what's fascinating, so I asked her, what made the difference for you? How come? Because you tried before. She had a gastric sleeve bacille. Why did she weight went up? And she said, it's really just eating. It made her, whether she liked it or not, that she has to eat healthy. And now she's like, I eat just fine. She eats exactly the same. She knew my Soul Rescue Heart Failure lectures and everything. And she exercises an hour, 5-6 times a day. Feels better than she felt in 10 years. But she just couldn't do it before. And I asked her, so, well, you know, so what do you think did it? I said, there's nothing to do. Just me having the surgery made me so I cannot eat the wrong food, no matter what I do, because I'm not going to tolerate it. All right? That's what did it. And she starts to be very careful. She won't tolerate. Make her intolerant to ultra-processed food. All right? And this is a patient with 76 on dialysis. You know, high blood pressure, diabetes. 76, you'll think, why would I want to lose weight? And, you know, I told her, well, because she was complaining why she feels terrible and no energy and, you know, can't get out of bed. And I said, look, let's try this. All right? So she tried. I saw her back in April from August. I thought something happened to her. She's like, Doc, I lost 60 pounds. You know, I feel great. I said, what did you do? And she's on dialysis. So I'm going to tell you what she said.
What did you do? My rice, my bread, smaller portions. And, you know, when you're on dialysis, you already can't eat nothing. So, what was it?
But what other foods could you eat then?
I ate vegetables.
Okay.
All kinds of vegetables, squash, zucchini.
Then you have that cottage cheese.
That's my nightly snack, cottage cheese and fruit. What else?
You didn't eat much meat, fish.
Fish, no, I didn't have much meat. Fish, chicken.
Grilled chicken, no fried food.
Definitely no fried food. Yeah, and that's the stuff we like. And I like shrimp. But yeah, just simple stuff.
Simple stuff. And if you ask all those patients who have lost weight, this amount with no other effort, they will tell you they eat exactly the same. It's not that hard, really. All you do is eliminate poisons and minimal cooking. Yeah. All right? And, you know, she's... so this for further reading. I can tell you, if you really want to clarify all this, the really world expert is Dr. Lustig. If you Google this, the Ultimate Health Guide to Glucose or Insulin Resistance on YouTube, his most recent, and you put Dr. Lustig, it's phenomenal. If you want to read books, you're more of a bookworm than I am. Metabolic, I highly recommend by him. A lot of these ideas I put here is really inspired from him. He's the real scientist. Then Dr. Peter Attia, it is Outlive the Science of Art and Longevity, fabulous book. Dr. Mark Hyman at Cleveland Clinic, as I said, is the chief of functional nutrition. You know, you can pick the newer book, Young Forever, or any other book. He's got over 21. It doesn't matter. They're fabulous. He also had food books. Dr. Georgia Ede is basically a nutritional psychiatrist, very few of them, who works a lot on how to fix our brain issues with food. And she's a Harvard-trained psychiatrist. I highly recommend this book. And for geeks like me who want to know more about mitochondria, is this, all right, where I got all these ideas. And thank you. I'm done, finally. I'd like to